So Sasha is administering online. Sasha Shestakova, right?
Sasha Shestakova is online and she's in Germany.
Yes,
She's in Germany and she has credits.
we all have
Thank you.
Maybe we should, can we switch the music off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we have the music off, please? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. We have a great variety of speakers lined up today, and we're centering Ukrainian voices because this sort of information really has to come from them. And before we begin with the first interview between Anna and Maxim Aristavi, I wanted to ask everyone to join us for a minute of silence for everyone who has fallen throughout the war so far. So if we're pleased to do that now. Thank you. I'm going to pass the microphone to Anna Engelhard, and we're going to begin with our symposium.
Thank you. Second, blood out.
Do you want to go around? Yeah.
Maybe just move those rucksacks.
So it's me.
Anyway.
Hi, Maxim. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, nice to see you. Yeah, so we're gonna have a around 20-minute interview with Maxim. Maxim is a journalist and a person who has been writing about decolonizing Russia and especially Russian aggression towards Ukraine for a very long time now. So the questions I'm going to ask Maxim today are going to ground the very idea of our today's symposium. So I'm going to go into the first one, which is, so the major question that will guide today's symposium is what the decolonial approach brings to our understanding of the current invasion. To approach this question, it is important to clarify the terms with which we operate. Let's begin with colonialism. Colonialism, as a term, is usually described through a set of violent tools empires deploy to establish their imagined supremacy over the nations they consider inferior. Those tools of causing harm, characteristic for colonialism, are widely shared by colonial regimes: enforced migration, displacement, genocide, structural racism, appropriation of land, destruction of cultures. Nevertheless, some countries are more associated with colonialism than others. It is still news for many that colonialism can originate outside the West. Despite there being nothing inherently Western in the tools of violence I have mentioned, somehow the discussions of colonialism in relation to Russia might come as a surprise. Maxim, would you mind elaborating on such means of colonialism that Russia has been using against Ukraine, so the term colonialism will gain weight in this conversation?
Well, first of all, Slava Ukraini. I think, look, I'm a person, I'm a journalist, I'm a storyteller, and I'm not an academic or a researcher, and I've never actually done that kind of a job of looking into this issue of Russian colonialism. And the first time I actually came about it when I start connecting the dots about my own life, my own experiences as a Ukrainian. I come from Eastern Ukraine, and from the place where when you grew up, it's a very confusing place to be in terms of your identity or coming in terms of your identity. There are a lot of things that were happening around me that would not make any sense. Like, for example, why our family's histories, are barely told and nobody discusses anything, despite that they've been living on these lands for centuries. Why everyone is a bit ashamed of the language, Ukrainian language we speak. Why, being somehow close to Russia or having some connections to Russian identity are more celebrated than being close to Ukrainian roots. And there was also kind of a constant nagging question why Russia is so obsessed with us, why it always wants to, Russians wants to dominate in the conversations, why we're being humiliated about our Ukrainianness. So these kind of things that kind of, you grew up and you feel and you look around and then you start asking yourself questions. There must be something that underlines all of it. It cannot be just random things that are happening to you. And when I start kind of connecting the dots and trying to figure out and educate myself about my own identity as a Ukrainian, what it means, where I come from, what was the history of my grandparents and grandparents, and why they're, are scared or ashamed to talk about it, then a lot of things started making sense to me. And also as a journalist, I was traveling around and observing the stories of other people. And I came into experiences, like I learned about the stories of other people who consider themselves colonized, like not only people of color from Africa, but also white people in Ireland or Scotland. And then through that process, things started making just much more sense for me. And when I suddenly realized that if I look at the events through the lens of Russian colonialism, that connects the dots through not only the last 30 years, but more rather centuries, things become so much clearer. And I can explain and I can see them in a clearer light. And that for me was the greatest intellectual awakening as a Ukrainian that I've ever experienced. Because before I had these confusions, I had frustrations that I am not able to explain why and how Ukraine ended up in the place it is right now. And moreover, why Russia is so, obsessed about domineering Ukraine. But once I started looking through that, it just made so much easier for me. And now I feel like once I ask foreigners to look through the same prism, things make sense for them as well, and it's not so confusing as it usually presented, especially by Russian propaganda.
So I would love to stay with this idea of connecting the dots and like decolonial lens as something that helps to understand or to be less surprised of colonial violence that happens. And I think this is what makes decolonial lens especially important to describe the current invasion. Because as you know yourself, if you're attuned to the previous Russian colonial invasions, what's happening now in Ukraine is not surprising and it's not like unheard of. It's something that the history has seen before. So what do you think, what's in your opinion makes decolonial lens very important in understanding the events and atrocities that we're seeing right now?
I think I started my own journey of learning more about the atrocities that Russia done to my people and also to the neighborhood right after 2014, when the first Russian invasion started in Ukraine. And it's been a long process because kind of learning and educating yourself and also educating my audience about it has been a tremendous challenge, because part of the part of the colonialism toolkit is complete erasure of all documentary evidence about the crimes and atrocities done, rewriting history, rewriting identities, hijacking our knowledge and hijacking our language, how we are able to talk about those experiences. So when I started kind of learning through it, it's been, and it's still tremendous struggle to just find the facts, find the evidence, because as a journalist, for me, it's extremely important in a process of telling your story. You cannot, sometimes it's not even about pictures or videos, but even documentary evidence in text, which are extremely hard to find in every language, wherever you look. I mean, it's almost non-existent in English, but it is almost non-existing in Russian. And when that process was happening, it kind of culminated, I think, in a couple of days, exactly 2 days before this war, which I feel like at this point we should stop calling war and start calling it genocide, what it is. And when I was 2 days before that genocide started, I was really already in a very anxious place. I didn't know why, but it turned out many Ukrainians shared the similar feeling, that we were instinctively already aware that something is coming. As a people who survived another genocide in 30s, this is probably something genetically that is already in you. So I couldn't sleep. And I decided to do what I always do in situations like that, try to write and try to tell a story, which kind of helps me to center myself and, a bit address the fears and anxieties that I have. And I started making this thread on Twitter. Like, I decided, okay, so this is a narrative that Russia uses all the time. Like, we will invade to protect ourselves from whatever shit they invent. And people keep asking me questions whether Russia will invade. It's not, and what will happen. And I decided to make this thread on Russian colonialism, mapping and showing each and every example when Russia did so in the last 100 years. For me, it was kind of an opportunity to educate people that what is happening in 2022 has been happening for many decades to go. And there are so many, dozens and dozens of examples of the same very thing happening to other people just in a window of 100 years. And it happened even before that. And when I start, doing that, I was even myself shocked that at the end, it was, 60 plus examples that I could figure out in just 2 days of sleepless days and sleepless nights. And since then, that thread became kind of viral, and people really asking me to expand on it. But also, it was shocking for me that it took me 8 years to just get this a bit clearer picture. But still, even after 8 years of me talking about it all the time and warning people that this happened before, will happen again, and it's not related just to Putin, it's related to much deeper issues that Russia hasn't faced or hasn't acknowledged yet. But since then, I still think this conversation is not at the mainstream level it should be. I'm super happy that people finally see through it, and people finally asking those right questions, like why it is keeps happening with Russia doing these atrocities in the neighborhood. However, I feel like there is not enough research, there are not enough voices who can talk about authoritatively, and there are not enough, unfortunately, evidence that has been destroyed over years of systematic erasure of these experiences that Russian colonial regime did to us. Sorry, I think you were muted.
Yeah, I think it's very important what you highlight also, because I think, and it's very important to verbalize it in this event, that the question of periodization of this genocide is very important, because what's happening on the mainstream media is this kind of understanding that it started 1 month ago, but actually started in 2013 and what we're trying to kind of get to grips with this event also, that didn't start even in 2013. It has a much longer history. And that's why we came up with this idea of war on Ukraine rather than war against Ukraine, to like refer to it as an ideology similar to war on terror that has been existing, that has been the very core of Russian identity and Russian culture for a very long period of time, because Russia has its own history of colonialism and imperialism. And I was thinking, because also you have been obviously working on this for much longer than the mainstream discourse has been interested. So can you highlight the particularities of your experience that would show what people will inevitably miss if they refer to this war or genocide as something that started only months ago, as opposed to this kind of larger project that has been unraveling for years and decades?
I think it's a very complicated question, even for me to answer as well. I think I just want for people to clearly see that it's kind of this the TV show Good Place. So I feel like Russian colonialism as it is our bad place for people who were suffering and surviving through it through centuries, because the same sequence of events keeps happening to my parents, my grandparents, my grand-grandparents. Like in our family, we had survivors of genocide, and we had survivors of 30s complete cultural, erasure, to the point that, inside our family, we couldn't even talk about those events that were so traumatic to my grandparents that they would just rather, be silent until the very last days about them. And I think that for the rest of the people, it's also important to look at it, because once you look through it through much deeper perspective, you can see that to stop this, it's not enough to, invoke sanctions or help Ukraine military or, other things that are happening at the moment. Even if I know tomorrow there are closed skies over Ukraine, it will only mean that we will have another 8-10 years before the same sequence of events starts again. It doesn't matter if it's going to be Putin or not Putin or someone else, whether Russia will be considered democratic or not democratic. This will keep happening because we do not address the issue that is at the core of Russian history, culture, and identity, because Russians themselves are not talking about it. And as a person who, lost so many also Russian friends over these years, including those who are passionate about democratic Russia and passionately anti-fascism, passionately anti-Putin, and still we kind of fell apart as friends just because we couldn't get on the same page with Russia, the history of Russian colonialism, at least what has it done to my people, disregarding hundreds of other nations that it assaulted, raped, and pillaged. So I think this is the issue that I want for people to see, for Ukrainians to finally acknowledge it as well and learn, because it's a liberating moment when you finally are able to connect those dots about your own identity. For Ukrainians to realize it, because it will help them to have a conversation with the rest of the world, but also with Russians as well, knowing where to press that button so that that conversation inside Russia also starts and people have this aha moment and starting addressing all of that shit that happened for the last 350 years and keeps happening. So I think for me, that's even more important that, educated the rest of the world about it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we're gonna wrap it up here. And then I'm just gonna make a small connection from what Maxime was saying to the next talk, which is gonna be by Sasha Shostakova. Thank you very much, Maxime. Can we do a round of applause? didn't catch that on the mic. Yeah, I wanted to say in the terms of numbers that what Maxime was saying about the wars happening, the war in Afghanistan, the Soviet Union started, ended in 1989. Then Russia invaded Chechnya in 1995. War in Chechnya, second war in Chechnya officially ended in 2008. 2008 was the year Russia invaded Georgia, and then Russia invaded Ukraine and Syria in 2014 and 2015 respectively. So you can literally count on one hand the number of years Russian Federation hasn't been engaged in colonial wars. So yeah, this is the numbers in regards to the systematics of the Russian invasions. And then Sasha is gonna read the excerpt from After Hannah. Sasha, can you also do a brief introduction of the
Yes, hi, and thank you, Anna, and thank you, Maxime, as well, for the great interview and for your conversation. And so, yes, we have decided to read extracts of from the book called The Empire of Kremlin, the Soviet type of colonialism, which was written by Abdurrahman Aftarkhanov, a Chechen writer. And we do this in order to contextualize the current Russian colonial invasion and to see it in the Soviet colonialism, and more specifically in the Soviet nationalities politics. The Soviet nationalities politics is often remembered with the saying, the friendship of peoples. Aftarkhanov's books shows that all this approach, all these words about independence and sovereignty of the Soviet republics are a fiction. And as he put it, as he put it, all these attributes of independence and sovereignty of the Soviet Republic are fiction. He also, however, turned into an ideological category. This fiction became an effective tool of Soviet propaganda in the third world countries. Although using a problematic umbrella term, third world countries, Aftarkhanov reveals how the visions of the unity of the people have always been just a part of the propaganda machine, similar to the one developed by the current Russian state, which uses the pictures of the unity of nations to justify the colonial invasion. The Empire of Kremlin was banned in Russia in 2019, and as columnist of Islam Today journal, Akramuddin Khan put it in one of the reasons for the ban was the fact that the unfolding of the Russian national politics logically continued the Soviet one. Also, the head of the Russian Sava Human Rights Center, one of the few organizations that have been resisting racism in Russia, Alexander Verkhovsky also suggested that the ban was connected to that Aftarkhanov's support of the Ukraine's resistance to the Soviet and the Tsarist states. As Aftarkhanov writes in his chapter devoted to Ukraine, as long as Ukraine is governed from Moscow and not from Kiev, the Ukrainian question exists and will continue to exist. Thrown back by Tsarism and Bolshevism 300 years back in its national state development, systematically subjected to de-Ukrainization by the occupiers, the Ukrainian nation remained ineradicable. The Bolsheviks' recognition of Ukraine's right to independence before the revolution was a tactical tribute to this indisputable historical fact. Having come to power, the Bolsheviks, however, clarified their premise. They declared that they admit the self-determination not of the peoples but workers. That is, they recognize such independence which depends on Moscow. Therefore, the Bolsheviks did not recognize the Ukrainian People's Republic headed by Professor Khrushchevsky, but acknowledged the Ukrainian Soviet Republic, created by such ersatz Ukrainians as Rakovsky, Pitakov, Ordzhonikidze, and others. Elsewhere, he also addresses the colonial mindset of the Russians, which Maxim and Anna have already spoken about. theoretically poor, historically anti-scientific theme of the Soviet ideologies of Ukrainian histories and culture as follows. In the ancient and Middle Ages, Ukrainians did not in fact constitute a distinct people, being only a derivative of the Russian people. Their national self-name Ukraine indicates not the ethnic origin, but the geographical location on the Russian outskirts, Ukraina. Hence, the name Ukrainians, which in Old Russia was called Little Russians, Malorossians. Since ancient times, Soviet historians argue Ruthenia was divided into three branches: Great Russia, Little Russia, and White Russia. Soon as both branches were formed, Novorossiya. The entire history of these branches in its permanent struggle for reunification around the common mother, Great Russia. So, this quote indicates the way in which Soviet and then Russian colonial mindset was developed. But so let's first address the history of the development of the Soviet national politics as Avtakhanov describes this. He addresses the ways in which Lenin pro-revolutionary calls for the nation's right for self-determination, as well as his harsh critiques of the great Russian chauvinism, which was the highest stage of capitalism in his works, were realized in practice. As Avtakhanov puts it, the first Congress of the Soviets in June 2017, Lenin announced for the first time on behalf of the Bolshevik Party that his goal was a federation of republics. 4 months later, having taken power in Petrograd, Lenin announced the creation of the Russian Federation of Russian and non-Russian peoples. So, and it's important to point out that in Russian there are two words. Россияне, which means the citizens of Russia, and this is Русские, which is Russian people as in nationality. So, and in this saying the Russian Federation of Russian and non-Russian peoples, the first Russian is Российская, so which means like the unity of citizens of Russia, and the second Russian means Русские, which is nationality, and I hope this makes sense. 4 months later, having taken power in Petrograd, Lenin announced the creation of the Russian Federation of Russian and non-Russian peoples. The first Lenin attempt to preserve the former Tsars in the form of federation was not successful. In 1991, the non-Russian peoples, referring to their right to independence, recognized by the Bolsheviks, began to announce their succession from Russia and the formation of independent states, one after another. Such independent states were established by Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Turkestan, Tatar-Bashkiria, the North Caucasus, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. All of them subsequently were conquered, some earlier, others later. Some of them were annexed directly to RSFSR, North Caucasus, Turkestan, Tatar-Bashkirs, and Crimea. And other peoples were declared independent Soviet republics: Ukrainian SSR, Belarusian SSR, and other. Until 2022, before the creation of the USSR, they were not subordinate to the central state. Agencies represented by the USSR in this sense, they were independent Soviet republics. However, it was an appearance of independence, in other words, fictitious independence. Because these republics, like the Russian Federation, were governed by the highest legislative, executive, and control body in one entity, the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, operating from Moscow. The Central Committee was never recognized, neither in its character nor its practice, not only the independence, but even local autonomy of the communist parties of these republics. However, as after Hanov shows, there has always been resistance to the centralized Russian state. And yet, as he continues, and yet governing those independent Soviet republics was not easy, even for such universally recognized leader as Lenin, and such an inventive disciple of his as Stalin. Then something odd happened. All of the independent Soviet republics, including Ukraine and Belarus, seriously began to consider themselves the Soviet republics, but still independent. Directives of the Central Party agencies were ignored all the time in these republics, with party supervisors appointed from Moscow withdrawn. All of the leading positions in the republic were occupied by representatives of the local peoples who put the interest of their peoples above the common Soviet interest. The power of the People's Commissariat of Nationalities, headed by Stalin, did not extend to them. As Stalin, as an expert of the party on the national question, made claims to the leadership of sovereign republics, serious conflicts between Moscow and localities arose. And also after Hanov continues. Having renamed the former Russian Empire, the RSFSR, Lenin took it for granted that all non-Russian peoples would enter RSFSR. However, the national communists of Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, comrades and disciples of Lenin, preferred to stay outside of RSFSR and create their own sovereign Soviet socialist republics when their borders, governments, parliaments, and their communist parties. Of course, the National Communist Party was subordinate to the Moscow All-Party Central, the Central Committee of the RSPB, headed by Lenin. But local governments were not subordinate by the government of the RSFSR. Of course, Lenin did not even think that this conditional sovereignty of the local republics could become a long-term state. The whole problem with the national republics was how to append them to the RSFSR so that such an accession would not look like their absorption or annexation by the new Russia, Albright Soviet. The death of Lenin and the beginning of the Stalin rule is often considered a deviation from the Lenin politics, which, according to him, implied the national right to self-determination and equated Russian chauvinism with the highest stage of capitalism. However, as Hanov shows, there was a straight line between Lenin and Stalin. And as he writes, I will emphasize once again, there was no strategic difference between Lenin and Stalin on the national question of the Soviet state. The differences concerned only tactics, methods of imperial policies, and the pace of denationalization of nationalities. Lenin stood for the slow, more peaceful than violent assimilation of non-Russian peoples. Stalin pursued the same goal, only in a forced manner, relying more on arguments of violence than on convictions. Lenin was aware of how deeply hostile the international goals of his communist program were to the national aspirations of the non-Russian peoples. He also understood that among non-Russian communists, there were only Russified natives with imperial there were not only Russified natives with imperial or international thinking, like Stalin and Dzerzhinsky, but the most part communists of the outskirts, nationally minded communists, especially those who joined the party after the Bolshevik Revolution. It was they who supported the Soviet power in these places. Under this condition, Lenin considered Stalin's plan to mechanically import these still legally and formally sovereign republics into the RSFSR on the right of atomization to be a downright adventurous undertaking fraught with great danger. After all, Stalin's plan practically exposed the whole philosophy of equality and sovereignty of the peoples of Russia. And interestingly enough, after Hanov also draws a straight line between Stalin and the Tsarist Russia, comparing their approaches to colonial wars. Stalin did not berate Tsarist imperialism for wars of conquest with its neighbors, but blamed it for its military weakness. This is Stalin's philosophy. Those who fall behind get beaten, but we do not want to be beaten. No, we refuse to be beaten. One feature of the history of old Russia was the continual beatings she suffered because of the backwardness. She was beaten by Mongol Huns. She was beaten by Turkish beys. She was beaten by the Swedish feudal lords. She was beaten by the Polish and Lithuanian gentry. She was beaten by the British and French capitalists. She was beaten by the Japanese barons. All beat her because of her backwardness, because of her military backwardness, cultural backwardness, political backwardness, industrial backwardness, agricultural backwardness. This is why we must no longer lag behind. And this is Stalin's quote. Also another important thing is that Stalin introduced the notion of national chauvinism, which soon came to replace Lenin's great Russian chauvinism and became a reason for multiple persecutions. I will continue, and as a quote after Hanov, in his emphatic concern for the needs of his own people, Stalin saw not only malicious nationalism, but also hostility to Bolshevism, undermining the foundation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Stalin, who had accused Lenin of national liberalism in 1922, now made Lenin responsible for the fact that he had once let the national gene out of the bottle. Now Stalin was in a search for means to push it back. This turned out to be far from an easy task. In Caucasian and Muslim East, the party already had extensive experience in suppressing nationalism by force of arms, sending an expeditionary corps of the Red Army there, as for example, in the 1920s against a number of uprisings in Chechnya, in same years against the Menshevik uprising in Georgia, or in the Basmati movement in Turkestan. But since the late 20s, the largest Slavic republic after the USSR, Ukraine, has moved into the vanguard of the national movement in the USSR. You can't send a military expedition there without risking an interethnic war, as Stalin feared. But the most separatist Ukrainian intellectuals who put forward a very reasonable and holistic program of Ukrainization, consisting entirely of quotations from Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and materials of party congresses. To judge this difficult situation of Moscow, we need to look at the arguments of Ukrainians. In the movement for Ukrainization in the 20s, the following substantive problems of sovereign republics occupied a prominent place: national independence in internal affairs, according to the federal constitution, national culture, national economy, national science, national technology. On all of these issues, the Ukrainian communist but nationally minded intelligentsia put forward a national program based with scrupulous accurateness on Lenin's federalist conflict against Stalin autonomization. But these programs had one deficiency. It fundamentally contradicted Moscow's daily unconstitutional practice of the national republics. Most importantly, it undermined the foundations on which the revolutionary building of Lenin itself stood, with its idea of nationalizing all nations and merging them into one communist hybrid. And so, yes, I will wrap it up here, and thank you for taking time to listen to Dr. Hannah.
Next intervention we have is from Alexei Levinsky. And yeah, so just to summarize, Sasha just went through the Soviet politics of national building, contrasting Lenin and Stalin together. So after we have this kind of history of the colonial question, I'm going to hand in the word to Redinsky to talk about its present. Alexei, you with us?
Yes. Hi. Hello. Thanks a lot for having me here, and thank you to Anna, Sasha, Vlad, and Mikhail for organizing this important event. I have to say it's very heartening to be able to speak about colonialism in the city formerly known as London, and these days most commonly referred to as Londongrad, due to the fact that it's been immensely colonized by the Russian fossil capital, first of all. I hope the decolonial look at Russian war in Ukraine also leads in a way as an after effect to decolonization of Londongrad as it is. And before I speak to the topic of my presentation, I would like first to remind us all about a certain kind of social and cultural event that happened in Russia towards the end of last year, which sounds like ages ago, but on December 9th, actually 2021, the filmmaker Alexander Sokurov has delivered an address to the Presidential Human Rights Council, which was attended by Vladimir Putin himself. This council is, of course, one of the puppet institutions that are aimed at concealing the dictatorial nature of the Russian state. But nevertheless, Sokurov used this occasion to deliver one of the most scathing critiques of the current condition of the Russian state and of its policies towards the so-called national minorities. So speaking in front of Putin, Sokurov was very outspoken about the dismal situation of what's in Russia called the inter-ethnic harmony, the межнациональное согласие. And it is important to note here that Sokurov is in no way a Russian dissident. He is a darling of the Russian state institutions, and some of his film projects actually benefited directly from the personal support of Vladimir Putin. But given that, Sokurov's speech looked even more striking. He spoke about the looming constitutional crisis that is going to be caused by the increasing hostility between ethnic Russians and the indigenous peoples inhabiting the Russian Federation. Sokurov started his speech with a reference to the plea of Votians, who are a Finnic ethnic group that inhabits the Leningrad region and is now close to extinction. But then he proceeded to a more fundamental criticism of national politics in Russia. And he went as far as saying that a lot of peoples of the Russian Federation do not want to live in one state with the Russians anymore. And he even suggested to Putin to let Caucasus go away. At some point, Sokurov quoted a young man from Dagestan who allegedly told him, he quotes, "When you Russians go to war with NATO, we are not going to be joining you." End of quote. But this Dagestani man proved to be wrong. When the Russian army went to its imagined war with NATO on Ukraine's territory, it also included, among many others, for instance, the Guards Motor Rifle Brigade number 136, which is permanently based in the city of Buynaksk in Dagestan. And the identities of several hundred of its personnel had been exposed online, and they are now accused by Ukrainian Ministry of Defense of perpetrating the war crimes against civilians in Ukraine. And this is just one account among mounting evidence that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is being carried out with disproportionate involvement of non-Russian ethnic groups. So Russian neo-colonial war in Ukraine is fought with the hands of peoples who are currently subjected to colonial rule by the Russian Federation. And this colonial rule, as was made abundantly clear by the speech of Sokurov, has already enraged the colonized nations of the Russian Federation up to a boiling point. And this happened even before the Russians decided to fight the war with NATO by sending Dagestanis to Ukraine. So this tragedy of Ukraine will inevitably morph into a tragedy of the Russian Federation, by putting an ultimate end to its so-called inter-ethnic harmony, or inter-ethnic consent, as it's also sometimes translated. And of course, even if this disproportionate use of non-Russian ethnic groups on the battlefield in Ukraine is reversed, or even if it's effectively denied by the Russian propaganda, the damage is obviously already done. And according to some analysts, this disproportionate use of non-ethnic, of non-Russian, ethnic groups is already becoming one of the myths of this war among many indigenous peoples of the Russian Federation. So several weeks ago, I wrote a text called The Case Against the Russian Federation, which I think was the reason why the organizers wanted me to speak here. And I would now like to pick up actually where the text ends, with the suggestion that the Russian new imperial state in its current form has lost any political or moral right to exist in its current form anymore after its invasion of Ukraine. But the context, but the question, of course, is what next? And what are the possible scenarios for the dissolution of the Russian Federation? And of course, I have to admit that there are probably no nice positive scenarios for that. It's really hard to imagine a scenario that does not entail the descent of the Russian Federation into some kind of a civil war, or a war that also involves some of its neighboring states. And here we really have to be aware of what we might wish for, because this civil war is going to be really damaging, not just for the peoples that inhabit the Russian Federation, but possibly for the rest of the humanity as well. And I have to stress, I'm by no means calling to ignite this kind of war, but still I think that it's not only inevitable, but in a way, this civil war is already going on for some time, for quite some time. And I would like to argue that the history of the last 30 years of the Russian Federation is actually nothing but a history of a civil war that's only taking different forms, sometimes more explicit, sometimes less. So the outbreak of this war could be, of course, traced to the events of October 1993, when Boris Yeltsin, president of Russia, ordered the military assault on the Russian parliament, which killed at least several hundred of its defenders. But let's not forget that even before these tragic events, the Russian Federation was facing a civil war in its regions. And in some cases, the lines of conflict were similar to the conflict between President Yeltsin and the Russian parliament, 1993. So since 1991, the government of Chechnya was torn by a very similar conflict between an authoritarian president and the corrupt parliament. And actually, the rebel president of Chechnya, Jahar Dudayev, was among those who were applauding Yeltsin's decision to destroy the Russian parliament, and precisely because this is exactly what Dudayev himself was doing in Chechnya at the time. So, and I also have to stress that this open phase of the Russian civil war in the streets of Moscow in October of 1993 actually led to the adoption of a highly authoritarian Russian constitution with its outside presidential role, which actually gave birth to Putinism. So the era of Putin, in turn, can be described as the process of transformation of this open civil war into more implicit, hidden forms of civil strife. And this includes, for instance, disproportional and ever-increasing police violence towards any forms of political dissent in Russia. This includes the mockery of elections and other democratic procedures. And this includes, of course, the growing reliance on the far-right movements by the Kremlin. But during all these years, there were also more violent ways to deal with this internal strife, that was steering the Russian society from within. And since quite early on, the Russian government learned to export its own smoldering civil war to the outside of its own borders. And this mostly took form of armed interventions into former Soviet republics, most significantly for us here, during the invasion of Crimea and Donbass in 2013. So this war that was launched in Ukraine in 2014 has many different aspects. And this, of course, is an outright invasion by the Russian secret operatives and then the regular army in 2014. It also, unfortunately, had a dimension of a Ukrainian civil conflict, which unfortunately got so misrepresented and overblown by the Russian propaganda that it is now really problematic to even speak about this for many people until now. But this logic of civil conflict actually opens up one more dimension of Russian invasion of Ukraine. Because since 2014, actually, this has also been, again, an open civil war within the Russian political nation as well. So you had ethnic Russians, you had Russian speakers, and you had even Russian citizens fighting each other on the both sides of this war in Ukraine for 8 years now, since 2014. So one might say that what happened in 2014 was already actually a reopening of the open, explicit phase of the Russian civil war. And we should not be very much surprised when it spills over back to the territory of the Russian Federation at some point soon. Yeah, this is basically it. What I wanted to tell you today.
Thank you. And now, thank you very much, Alexa. I hope you heard that. So I'm now having the word to Daria.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today and for everybody listening. I'm going to read some of the thoughts I put together partially the last week as I knew I was coming here and practically today in the morning. So imperialism, and they're going to echo a lot of things that I already said. Imperialism, including Russian imperialism. Like this? Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's begin again. Imperialism, including Russian imperialism, operates through erasure. Today, I'm thinking of the main forms of erasure Russian imperialism takes in Ukraine, across time and space, where erasure is not a single gesture, but a systematic and intentional destruction of lives, of people, and everything and everyone that constitutes these lives, including multi-species relations and language. My research is on Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, better known as Donbass region. Donbass is a place where the war came first, where it has been erasing homes, ecosystems, and culture since 2014. Already for 8 long years, more than 14,000 people were killed since then, not counting the current escalation. What my research taught me is that this war is an intensification of processes of erasure of the region, where the act of erasure is a foundation of Donbass as we know it, constructed within imperial frames. In my research on Donbass, I look at the way the region has been constructed through geology, where even the name Donbass, Donetsk Coal Basin, was given to this lands by mining engineer Yevgraf Kovalevsky in 1827. The term Donbass has been criticized for the implied colonial vision of the territory solely as a natural resource and for associations with continued imperial claims to this land in the form of military aggression. Geology is a colonial tool of identifying, mapping, and extracting matter categorized as a resource for the profit of the empire, where the resources are fossil fuels, but also people displaced by the imperial project from their usual ways of living and used as labor to keep the industrial machine operating. What I'm interested in my research is the erasure of records about forms of life in the lands now known as Donbass, whether these are human or non-human lives. As many other colonial projects, Donbass has been constructed as an empty space which only came into life and industrial flourishing with its conquest by the empire. These lands were colonized as part of Russia's expansion to the wild field, the great Eurasian steppe belt that then lay at the peripheries of the Tsardom. The wild field was populated by nomadic pastoralists, Cossacks, and peasants who had escaped from serfdom. seeking to expand its territories and secure the border from attacks by Tatars in the 16th and 17th centuries, Russia gradually constructed towns and military settlements in the steppe, moving more and more to the south. Control over new territories also coincided with the growing interest in the profit from salt mining, which highlights the assertion of the centrist domination over mineral resources in the region as early as the 17th century. With Russia becoming an empire under Peter the Great, who was also known as the first statesman to realize the capitalist potential of coal, military scientific expeditions provided maps of the wild field, which was often falsely portrayed as an empty space, waiting to be colonized. In literature and visual representations, the steppe of Donbass has also been portrayed as a void, as emptiness, lending itself to imperial, colonial, and industrial imaginaries of constructing a world from scratch. For example, Vikenty Veresayev, a Russian writer who briefly visited Donbass in 1892, describes the space as, quote, silent, deserted, in Russian literally bezludная, without people, steppe. Boring place, he writes, quote, black land, black roads, all around the mine, there is not a single tree, a single bush, there is no pond, no stream. Everywhere your eye can reach, there is a monotonous steppe, scorched by the sun, end quote. While this description could be seen as a criticism of ecological destruction and deprivation in and around mining settlements, it was also telling that the steppe itself is presented as lifeless. These kind of images of boring nothingness are often employed to justify settler colonialism and erase local human and non-human histories. The tendency to see the steppe as monotonous and solid single piece exposes suppression of local knowledges that have existed there since pre-colonial times. Similar representations also feature in 19th century photography of Donbass, and I'm sorry I didn't bring any examples, where often early photographs capture more land than industry, converting the first into an empty background for the second. In these images, the land is considered to be a mere background and an etiological interpretation, a space for future industrial expansion. The focus on the industry erases the steppe as a vibrant ecosystem in a gesture of blindness towards its diverse inhabitants. In my research on Donbass, I have been working against this narrative of erasure, of a void, by looking at the multi-species life of this land and searching for ways of representing the steppe as alive and populated, not as monotonous and dead space. When I place foundational erasure of Donbass next to the war that started in 2014, I realized that the war is an intensification of the erasure that has been ongoing for centuries. For many people in the West, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine that was started on the 24th of February 2022 came as an unexpected start of the war. Russia calls the war special operation, erasing the scale of violence it unleashed and hiding it from its citizens. Western media keeps referring to the escalation of the war as the beginning of the war, also perpetuating the erasure of military violence which had been raging in Donbass since 2014. These frames of the recent outbreak of the war erase experiences of those who have already lost their own lives and the lives of their loved ones because of the Russian aggression, as well as those who had to flee their homes and become displaced. As part of my research on Donbass since 2015, I have been interviewing people displaced from the region. These days, I have been trying to reach out to people whose stories are recorded to see if I could offer some help. While everyone in Ukraine suffers from the current escalation, people who were internally displaced from Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast often lose their homes for the second time, as well as live through a repetition of violence, of shelling and destruction. As we speak about the war against Ukraine, it is very important not to forget where and when it began. Yesterday, the news came that Russia finished its special military operation in Ukraine and will now focus on conquering Donbass, the whole of Donbass, right? As we speak, the erasure of Donbass and with it of Ukraine, since Donbass is a part of Ukraine, continues. This erasure happens through ruthless acts of annihilation, of razing cities and villages of the region to the ground. Ukrainian news reported that the town of Volnovakha in Donetsk region has been obliterated, erased from the face of the earth. This is a town that used to have a population of more than 20,000 people, more than St. Andrews, where I currently live. We all heard that Russia has been bombing Mariupol to the ground, erasing residential quarters, and together with them people hiding in bomb shelters. The erasure of Mariupol can't be explained through military strategy alone. There is imperial hatred and the will to destroy any form of resistance to the colonial order. This imperial logic means deliberate targeting of schools everywhere in Ukraine. It also means erasure of language in places occupied by the Russian military. In Melitopol, a city in the Zaporizhia region, Russians had been forcing schools to conduct classes in Russian instead of Ukrainian. In the past months, like most people in Ukraine and many abroad, my main concern was stopping this erasure. Well, my research is on multi-species relations and displacement from Donbass, and it is based on feminist and decolonial approaches. This symposium is the first occasion when I directly engaged with my research. Instead, as a feminist, as a daughter of a man who's now at the front lines in Ukraine, and of a woman who remains in Kyiv, and as a Ukrainian who wants to stop this war, my life has turned into a campaign for military aid. As the escalation in February began, I was on the phone with a specialist in air power, writing down types of equipment people in Ukraine could use to defend themselves. I've been also on search for body armor, and my father still has none, no helmet, no bulletproof vest, looking for suppliers through friends of friends and connecting them to other friends of friends. This new learning and new tasks have temporarily erased all my other identities. I stopped being a researcher of environmental humanities. I stopped being a friend to many of my friends. Until last week, I also stopped being a teacher. War has an all-encompassing and totalizing effect. Even if you live very far from it in the safety of Scotland, it erases all other aspects of your life. Being in the West, I also noticed another kind of erasure here. As I have been interviewed, mentioned, or invited for events, my identity as a researcher of war and displacement has also often been erased. With the escalation, in the eyes of others, I often become the local voice, an activist whose parents are on the ground, a girl from Ukraine who can speak for all Ukrainians, of course. Even the university that issued me my PhD just 4 months ago suddenly forgot that I'm a doctor. On this Thursday, I was invited to a debate society to speak about Ukraine, the only woman and only Ukrainian on a panel of 5 speakers. Of course, the organizers forgot to mention that I was a doctor too, but they didn't forget to mention that 4 non-Ukrainian men were doctors and professors. When I declined writing back about West-splaining, extractivism of case study approach and importance of representation, they interpreted my words as she's too traumatized and emotional to engage in analytical debate. Feminists and post and decolonial scholars know this space all too well. Only white men can be scholars, researchers, and experts on Ukraine, and not only. We can only be young Ukrainian women worried for their moms in Kyiv and their fathers on the front lines. While in all these individual cases, people apologized to me that they didn't mean any harm, erasure operates as a repetition. It operates temporarily. Moreover, there is another indirect erasure enacted by Western powers through silence and slow action, often framed through the rhetoric of rationality. There could be no appeasement, no accommodation, and toleration of war criminals. The experience of World War II and fighting against fascism and totalitarian regimes taught us that in the face of evil and expansionist actors, deliberation and hesitation is complicity. The West's slow response, the response which in the case of Ukraine is 8 years old, not speaking of other victims of Russian imperialism, has accelerated the erasure of the people of Ukraine and all things Ukrainian. The sanctions are 8 years late, basically, right? While diplomatic ties between Russia and the West have been severed, the past months still demonstrated one kind of unity between the two, of course, with different levels of intensity. The unity of coloniality of knowledge. Both Russia and the West failed in understanding Ukraine. Ukraine didn't fall in the first 3 days, and Russian blitzkrieg didn't happen. This was Kremlin's grossly miscalculated fantasy and the illusion of well-respected, canonical, rational political thinkers like John Mearsheimer, while the interpretations of the war against Ukraine are radically different in Russia and in Western countries. Coloniality of knowledge prompted the erasure of even a possibility of Ukrainian agency and resistance. And it continues to do so as Kremlin and the West still debate whether Ukraine will agree to concessions of its sovereign territory, something Natalia Gumenyuk wrote eloquently about for the Washington Post yesterday. Really recommend her piece. In all these stories, it is Ukrainian people who have been overlooked and erased from discourse and often from decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm gonna hand the word to you, Victoria, but we need like a second to set up the PowerPoint.
Okay, if it's a problem, honestly, don't worry about it.
Maybe you just
Definitely
start
do it, but
presenting and we.
Yeah, no, I don't need
Just
it.
to clarify, what do you have a PowerPoint? You did send a PowerPoint.
It's
on
just
the
a
journalist
PDF.
No, I've
It's
never
just
got nothing.
Oh,
Okay,
you-
can we just?
It's just the PDF with the details of this. I see, okay.
Honestly, let's not bother
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
honestly.
Why don't we, we'll just put it on while you're.
Yeah.
while we're
Okay,
talking.
all right, it's just got a couple of images of people's
Like that won't read
websites.
it. Sorry.
Okay. I'll
Okay,
forward it to you.
Yeah, let's just.
yeah, okay. Honestly, don't worry about it.
It's easy.
This was confusing.
It's okay. I wanted to start today by thanking Daria my co-author and PhD student, former PhD student, for bringing me into this conversation. Daria's work has long nourished and informed my own thinking and writing on Ukraine, and I am, as always, grateful to her for drawing me into the most important conversations ongoing in our field. I'm also grateful to Mikhail, Vlad, Anna, and Sasha for organizing this event. It's difficult to speak about research right now, but potentially more important than ever. Unlike most of the others on this program, I don't have heritage in the region that I research. I learned Russian first as a postgraduate student and Ukrainian later, though this is still a work in progress, once I began to work in Ukraine. And for a long time, I didn't reflect much on my positionality as a Western academic looking east. It was only after I began to research and write about Ukrainian heritage and culture, with a focus on the industrial communities of the Ukrainian East and Donbass, that I began to address the ethics of my research more seriously. My collaborations with Daria, which has taken various forms, from the coordination of a public symposium looking at the ethics of public engagement in our field, known as Slavic Studies, to the writing of our book on feminist ethics and collaborative methods, which is currently stuck in a press in Kyiv, have been particularly formative, as has my recent conversations with Diana Vonak, the postdoctoral researcher on my HRC project around collaboration and ethics of care in the context of the Russian war against Ukraine. Like everyone, I'm sure I've been paralyzed as a researcher in the face of the horrifying violence Russia is currently inflicting on Ukraine. The only appropriate response, it has seemed, has been to try and take care of those most impacted around me, of friends and colleagues in Ukraine, and my friends, colleagues, and students in Scotland, using the privileged distance that I have to advocate and lobby for governmental change and packages of institutional aid. But amidst the chaos, I've also been trying to listen carefully to what my colleagues in Ukraine have been telling me, not to project onto them an assumption of incapacity and victimhood because of the violence that they are currently experiencing. Consequently, I checked my initial instincts to discontinue research conversations that were underway before the 24th of February, feeling that these would be an additional burden to those now facing the manifest stresses of war. Listening now, with a decolonial ear, I hope, I've heard my partners articulate their strong desires to continue our research together in the face of Russian aggression, to combine our efforts to archive, preserve, and document what is going on in Ukraine, and as such, to resist Russia's campaign to erase Ukraine as a cultural space. This is nothing new. Research on heritage politics in the Ukrainian East has helped me understand that this reaction is a continuation of practices of self-preservation and resistance that have been in evidence since 2014. In this intervention, then, I want to reflect on some of these practices which I've already been tracking for some years in my work, as well as new initiatives that are emerging in Ukraine today. I'm going to tell this story as a series of archival encounters.
Yeah,
Okay.
they've just come through. So bear with me 1 second.
Okay, don't worry.
Apologies.
It's okay. My work on the Ukrainian East began with the discovery of an archive in Wales. The name of the collection is the Hughes-Ofka Research Archive, and it's a repository of historical materials relating to 19th century Welsh labour migration to Hughes-Ofka, a mining settlement that took its name from its Welsh capitalist founder, John Hughes, later renamed Stalinon, and from 1961, Donetsk. The Hughes-Ofka Research Archive was a revelation for me. I had no idea before that of the historical connection between Wales and Ukraine, despite being born and raised in Wales and having worked on the so-called post-Soviet space most of my professional life. There are many things that are intriguing about this archive, but what struck me first when I began working with it was the fact that it was mostly a result of women's labour. The archive contains around 30 sets of family papers, hundreds of letters and postcards written mostly by British women back to their family in Wales. Women are most often responsible for maintaining social networks at distance, for doing the communicative work that reinforces cultural identity at moments of change and crisis. I mention this because I want to sketch out an idea of archive making as a feminist expression of caretaking, but also as a form of self-definition and even cultural defiance. While there is of course no comparison between this kind of semi-colonial British archiving and the processes ongoing in Ukraine today, I want to start with this first archival encounter as an introduction to this idea of archives as manifestations of care, resistance, and defiance that I'll pick up in this talk. Of course, not all archives are archives of care. Many are expressions of colonial violence and hierarchical exclusion. As the Cameroonian philosopher of colonialism, Akile Mbembe, has underlined, the archive contains the power to despoil and dispossess the author, and also to convey near sacred status onto the selective historical trace that it contains. As Mbembe writes, it's the slide
have the
before
previous
this
one, yeah.
That one,
thanks.
yeah.
Over and above the ritual of making secret, it seems clear that the archive is primarily a product of a judgment, the result is of the expertise of a specific power and authority, which involves placing certain documents in an archive at the same time as others are discarded. The archive, therefore, is fundamentally a matter of discrimination and of selection, which in the end results in the granting of a privileged status to certain documents and the refusal of that status to others, thereby judged unarchivable. The archive, therefore, is not a piece of data, but a status. Mbembe is certainly right that the archive is a status. And as a historian, I've been guilty of fetishizing this status, seeing the archive as a means of communing with a history and culture that is not my own, that I do not carry in my body or eat with my daily bread. I think for many Western academics, the archive becomes a kind of church that they believe can deliver unto them a cultural transfiguration. To know the archive is to know the cultural consciousness of a country. Perhaps some dare to believe to know it even better than those who belong to a place. But I would also agree with Carol Steedman, who points out in her meditation on archival dust that historians are both compelled by a voracious desire to consume the archive, to exhaust its contents in their search for truth, and at the same time aware of its actuality as a mere nothingness, a trace, historical shadow play. As Steedman puts it, you know perfectly well that despite the infinite heaps of things they record, the notes and traces that people left behind, it is in fact practically nothing at all. There is the great brown, slow-moving, strandless river of everything, and then there is the tiny flotsam that's ended up in the record office that you're now working in. The next page. Working in the Ukrainian East, I've been struck by the many grassroots archiving initiatives that emerged after 2014. One of the archives that I've been working with closely is Mikhail Kulishev's Shakhty Rudniki Donbassa, Mines and Pits of Donbass. As some of you may already know, this archive is an online repository of books, maps, articles, and geological materials, which together form one of the most comprehensive repositories of resources relating to the industrial history of the Ukrainian East. When I first encountered this project, I assumed that it must be the work of a dedicated research team, but it turned out to be the brainchild of one incredibly knowledgeable geologist and historian, Mikhail Kulishev. I was lucky enough to travel to Donbass with Mikhail in the summer of 2021 and to get to know more about him and his work. He told me that his passion for industrial geologies had begun as a teenager in Horlivka, where he'd explored the city's abandoned mines with friends. When the war started in 2014, Mikhail was separated from the industrial sites he'd researched and from his co-explorers, some of whom stayed behind on the non-government controlled territory. His archiving project began at this time as a kind of prosthetic exploration of a territory which was no longer accessible because of war. Talking to Mikhail, I understood how important this archiving work was for combating the violence inflicted on the region, for asserting the multitude identities and cultures of Donbass beyond the war, its rich biodiversity and its geological complexities. Archiving for Mikhail was a means of resisting the deadening impact of conflict, pushing back against the tide of cultural erasure that war and all-encompassing discourses of war bring to a place. Next slide. Another archive I've been following is Alexander Kuczynski's Industrial Heaven Instagram and associated media accounts. I first met Alexander at a summer school in Severodonetsk, which Daria organized together with Dmitry Cheperny, then cultural manager of the Donbass Studies program at Izolyatsiya, Platform for Cultural Initiatives. Industrial Heaven is a repository of visual media relating to industrial history of the Donbass region, and recently an archive of the escalation of the war against Ukraine. As Sasha explained in an interview which he did with me and Daria in Your Art in 2021, he began it in 2014 at the beginning of the war, when his artistic studies had been disrupted and he was at a loss as to what to do. Like Misha's project, Sasha's archive is remarkable for its professionalism. The materials are thoroughly referenced, their derivations cited, and hashtags are used in a sophisticated, simple system of archival cross-referencing so it's easy to pull up entire collections of materials on industrial themes, places, and topographies. Like other Donbass curators, Sasha also visited and collected from abandoned industrial sites and derelict buildings in Donbass. Until recently, he was working on an archive of deindustrialization with partners in Severodonetsk. In an interview with Dima Cheperny, he described this work in the following words: "The abandoned sites that we find, and what we find in them, is like putting a puzzle together, and with each piece you become a little more clear why, in fact, our region is the way it is." In this comment, Sasha presents archiving as a putting back together, like a puzzle, of the pieces that have been torn apart by Soviet historiographical violence, archiving as a means of affirming cultural identity and resisting erasure. There are many more examples of archiving as resistance in Donbass, but one last one that I wanted to mention, can you flip forward to?
Yep. That one?
This one, yeah. Comes from the Steppe Nature Reserve, Kredova Flora, chalk flora, which I was lucky enough to visit in the summer of 2021. My guide on this visit was the park's director and environmental preservationist, Serhiy Limansky. Kredova Flora is an incredible site of steppe biodiversity. Around a third of the territory is covered by chalk pine and birch forest, and it's the home to many rare and endangered redbud plants. As a strategic height on the banks of the Siversky Donets River, the park was the site of fierce fighting between the Ukrainian army and Russian-backed forces in 2014 and 2015. As we walked around the reserve, Serhiy pointed out the traces of this neo-colonial violence that were archived in the landscape. A smashed tank window lay on the ground surrounded by wormwood. Rockets and missiles were embedded in the earth, while trenches used by the Ukrainian army in their defense against the invasion formed deep scars in the ground. Rather than tidy these away, Serhiy explained that he preferred to preserve them, let them stay as a reminder to people, he said. This act of archiving the traces of neo-colonial violence seemed to me both empowered and empowering. By choosing to exhibit these objects as a mournful part of this place's history, rather than removing or burying them, Serhiy and his team refused to relegate this experience to the realm of unspoken trauma, seizing back control of the narrative of war. When Russia escalated its aggressions into a full-scale war on the 24th of February, I reached out to my friends in Ukraine, asking them what I could do to help. After relatively little time, my colleagues at the Center for Urban History in Lviv got back in touch to say that they were building an archive of the war, and they would like our help to strengthen the ethical foundations of the project. The researchers at the Center for Urban History are extraordinary archivists. In recent years, I've worked with them on the project Unarchiving Post-Industry, in which we digitized industrial heritage collections across the Ukrainian East in collaboration with institutions and individuals in Pokrovsk, Kramatorsk, Mariupol, Konstantinivka, Slovyansk, and Lysychansk, among other cities. The project resulted in the digitization of 30,000 photos and 90 hours of film, including a huge corpus of postcard photography and amateur video produced around the metallurgy industries in Mariupol, thanks to the efforts of our partner, the senior archivist at the local museum, Anna Baharchenko. When we wrote the grant application for the project, we spoke about vulnerable archival collections, and I remember wondering how vulnerable these actually were. Given the current escalation of the war against Ukraine, the cold-blooded savagery of which has shocked even those of us who've been following the events in Donbass since 2014, it now seems to have been grimly prescient. I worried when my colleagues in Lviv reached out about the ethics of archiving a war that they were at that moment living through. I worried it would be too risky, both for the individuals who they wish to engage and for themselves as researchers to carry out this work, that the possibility of re-traumatization would be too great, and that archiving in these conditions would do more harm than good. But I also recognized a certain coloniality, if that's even the word, in this thinking. The coloniality of the ethics application, perhaps, that presumes objective moral authority that can be universally applied, that presumes to legislate from a position of privilege removed. Listening to colleagues in Ukraine, I heard them articulate a desire to hear from others with embodied knowledge of this kind of work, to have comparisons, parallels, and precedents that might inform their own thinking. They also asked for regularity in the form of a seminar series, something that could structure a week that was otherwise rendered chaotic by the practical and emotional exigencies of war. This is not something I would ever have proposed doing, Convening a seminar series while those attending are being shelled would seem distasteful or meaninglessly abstract if it hadn't been requested by colleagues in Ukraine. As it is, this series is proving to be an intensely meaningful and emotionally rich research undertaking. On Friday, we met with Ivana Macic, the author of Sarajevo and the Siege, Anthropology in Wartime, who spoke with frankness only made possible by embodied knowledge of conducting research in wartime about ethical conduct, self-preservation, and the need for humour. It's surely the experience of working in conditions of Russian-enforced precarity and intimidation for more than 8 years that now lends my colleagues in Lviv such clarity in terms of envisaging a research trajectory for us. Natalia, our project coordinator, speaks intuitively at our meetings of the empowering potential of the archive for both those who choose to contribute their stories and materials and for those who collect and categorize such sources. She articulates the way that storytelling, when elicited ethically and compassionately, can help people find moral justification for what they're experiencing and even a value in it if it's amplified correctly in the media, causing moral outrage, or if it serves later as evidence for international tribunals. This is, of course, highly risky work, and we're attentive to its ethical considerations. Personally, I'm also interested in how the process of archive making is formative for researchers functioning in conditions of war, but also to an extent for those of us working outside of Ukraine, how it allows us to re-inhabit research identities which for some time have felt like somebody else's discarded clothes. Working like this seems to offer the possibility for self-definition in the face of existential crisis, a way of forging forward in our fundamentally compromised field, the brokenness of which many of us have recognized for some time, but still somehow been unable to respond to adequately or to fix. Being in the Zoom calls for this group of inspiring Ukrainian women gives me hope. I want to end with a couple of final thoughts on the question of archiving as decolonial practice. When I visited Mariupol in November 2021, I met with Irina Badasen, the director of the Illich Iron and Steelworks Museum, and talked to her about the history of Belgian and American investment in Mariupol's metallurgy industries at the turn of the 20th century. As she explained, the archival trace of this experience had been erased by the Soviets. Wishing to brand industrialization as a Stalinist achievement, they removed evidence of the influence of foreign capital and technology on local development from the historical record. In recent years, there's been a growing interest in this lost archival story, in the recovery of what some have called the European heritage of Donbass, partly a form of resistance to the Putinist narrative of the region as an integral part of the political and cultural Russian world. In my own work on this topic, I've cautioned against a wholly uncritical treatment of the idea of European Donbass. After all, this era of foreign investment was one that was characterized by relations of extraction and exploitation that hardly merit hagiographical treatment. Thinking of this topic may of course be colored by positionality and privilege. When I discussed these questions with a journalist in Bakhmut, she laughed and told me that exploitation was all relative. Still, I think that we need to be careful not to substitute one kind of archival silencing for another. I mention this to highlight the point that while archiving can be a form of decolonial resistance, the archive itself, as Mbembe points out, is always at risk of reproducing practices of despoilment and dispossession, of reconstituting hierarchies of knowledge, forms of privileged access and exclusion as it crystallizes itself. For this reason, I think we must try at this moment of archiving to ensure that we're simultaneously engaged in the process of deconstructing the archive, or to use the concept that my colleagues in Lviv employ, that we unarchive the archive. Looking around on social media, everyone seems to be archiving right now. And I'm sure I'm not alone in being incredibly moved by the public self-archiving initiatives such as Evgenia Belarus's diaries or Asya Bazgirieva's winter notes. And I can't be the only one who's instinctively screenshotting things from an archive that doesn't yet have a name or a purpose. As some things are being destroyed and disappearing, heritage, cities, people, other things are coming into existence. In the face of this neo-colonial brutality, this war of cultural erasure, people are busy at work, desperation archiving, anger archiving, resistance archiving. Once Ukraine prevails, the country will be rebuilt using these archives, and we will need to be more attentive than ever to Mbembe's words and those of other decolonial thinkers.
Thank you. We have one more speaker for the panel. Can we just check if Zhenya is?
Yeah, so the final speaker is Zhenya Gubkina, and her presentation is titled May You Destroy Me, a Reconstruction as a Process of Decolonization. Zhenya is logging in now to Zoom, so maybe we can take a question for any of the speakers while we're waiting for Zhenya to log in.
Could we also check by chance if on YouTube, could we also check if on YouTube there's any questions? And if anyone's watching, if you want to ask a question right now while we're waiting for a final speaker, that would be lovely.
I have a question. I wanted to ask about the VAS initiative, the VAS initiative. If we can just pronounce out loud the name of the initiative so people can find and donate to it.
I think you've got an initiative too. Actually, it's on the last page of that PowerPoint if you've still got it. Up by
Yeah,
any
I can
chance.
get it.
So the project that I mentioned, an archiving post-industry, and a number of the partners on that project are now, the last page, carry on going down.
That one.
Yeah. Have now they've now volunteered to fight, and we're looking to fundraise money to pay for military equipment that they need. So the
That goes there. Where's that?
so on that slide, which has just
Sorry.
momentarily disappeared,
Yeah.
and there are some email addresses of Irina Sklokina at the Centre for Urban History and Victoria Grivina at the University of St Andrews. If you could share this this initiative, we would be really grateful. We're trying to raise money to buy 6 bulletproof vests for the people who took part in this project, who created an incredible archive of materials, including so many wonderful, valuable materials from Mariupol. There are digital versions of these now, and it's possible that the originals will have been lost, but we don't know what the status of those archives is. So this is just an appeal really to ask if you could share this fundraising initiative to raise money for bulletproof vests for the researchers who are now fighting in Ukraine's war, Russia's war against Ukraine, to defend Ukraine and the Ukrainian resistance, and to allow them to come back and carry on doing incredibly valuable work like this, the type of work that they should be doing rather than fighting.
Yeah, I mean, bulletproof vests is a separate topic. I can share maybe later Alexei Rudenko, who is a PhD student in history at the Central European University, but now in Poland, kind of purchasing with a group of friends a lot of body armor, which is very hard to obtain, even if you have money. I think the European supplies have been pretty much out. But I can check his contacts. I've been in touch with him, and I'm channeling lots of money to him through selling my artwork as well. So yes, happy to share, talking about different bulletproof vests that are available, because I know more about it now than environmental humanities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I hope everyone managed to get the links in. Is Zhenya in the...
She says she's in the waiting room, but we can't see her there.
No sign in the waiting room.
Yeah, so as soon as we're double checking, any questions at the moment?
There's a question right there.
Yeah. Maybe if you can speak up, and then I reiterate for our YouTube stream in the mic as well.
Okay. I guess the question is not fully formed in my head, but it's around the topic of archiving. I'm not super familiar, or my knowledge on archiving methods and the kind of ethical background is not really extensive, but until now, I think my understanding of archiving was largely in the context of, like, for example, British colonial archiving, and exactly this engaging in this sort of erasure that I think that Daniel was talking about. So I guess, could you maybe elaborate a little bit on you kind of mentioned the kind of ethical, the ethics of how you stand, but could you maybe talk a bit more about how can you, is there any methods that you engage in which avoid that kind of, I guess, you know, unfair portrayal of
Okay.
So I'm just reiterating the same question now for people who are listening to us online to hear. So the question was around archiving, and it was in general about the ethics of archiving and different methods archiving can be done in decolonial manner. I hope I rephrased this correctly.
Yeah, thank you. Is that okay? Thank you so much for that question. I think that's the most important question. So I'd probably refer here to the lessons I've learned from the Centre of Urban History, who I think are some of the, I don't think they would self-identify as decolonial archivists, but the work that they do, I think, corresponds with what I would understand as a sort of decolonial methodology or a collaborative methodology. So they've developed, I don't think it's their invention, but they've certainly developed the concept to a really detailed level, this idea of unarchiving. And what they mean by that is engaging the people who contribute materials to the archive at every step of the process, where as the project kind of evolves. So just to give you an example from the project that I mentioned that we're now fundraising for, so the people who contributed materials to that archive were involved in contextualizing those materials, and rather than kind of being denied kind of authority over the way in which they were presented, ultimately were involved in kind of writing texts to accompany them, to giving talks at public events that we organized around that project. So for example, we collected a lot of home videos in that project, which was a really ethically sort of tricky thing to handle. But the main sort of idea behind it was to make sure that the people who contributed their videos were somehow involved in the continued sort of the processing of them and turning of them into institutional archival materials. So they came, for example, to home movie days where the videos were screened and they presented the materials and they talked about the context in which they've been produced or the family, and they responded to them as families. They've also had another part of the unarchiving process is to make sure that the archive is open access and that people have a chance to kind of comment almost in a Wikipedia fashion on the materials there. That's been something which I've learned incredible lessons from my Ukrainian colleagues about how you can kind of continually build an archive collaboratively with communities who are invested in that history and heritage, so that they have a chance to kind of identify things. And it's such a really efficient way to do history as well, because you build and build, the archive doesn't remain a static thing, but people are able to get involved and identify things that you wouldn't necessarily have known otherwise, to kind of point things out, mistakes in the kind of descriptions and that sort of thing. So there's a collaborative logic to it. And the way, and also we've tried to, another part of the unarchiving thing is to engage artists, including local artists, to work with the materials in our archive, and then to kind of draw out new stories and kind of respond to them in ways which also kind of reflect specifically on the ethics of archiving. So we ran a summer school in Pakrovsk in July 2021, where something like 15 Ukrainian artists came and worked with the archival materials that we collected. And it resulted in these amazing projects where people were like specifically looking at the kind of grammar of the archive, the sort of the kind of the dynamics of power of the archive, the dynamics of exclusion. So just constantly reflecting on those questions, I think, is part of it, because the archive is an institution that by its nature excludes. So I think the unarchiving process is this constant ongoing thing of interrogating those dynamics of power that exist within the archive. And in that way, I see that kind of sort of activity that they're undertaking that I've been part of as decolonial, I think.
Yeah.
I wanted to say briefly that our speaker is now on.
Yeah.
And I remember you had a question, but we have a we have a 1 hour informal space to discuss this. So just to
save your
make
question,
sure
don't forget.
you can ask this later.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
Mhm. So just, should I introduce those? Yeah, so Zhenya is with us now. Zhenya Gubkina is from the Urban Form Center in Kharkiv, which she co-founded. And just to remind you, her presentation is called "May You Destroy Me: The Reconstruction of Ukraine as a Process of Decolonization." And I just wanted to mention that we didn't introduce all the speakers at the beginning of their presentations, but you can get the biographical information and titles on the link in the program.
So great, I can start, I think. So my ask was to
Are you muted, Zhenya?
I unmuted.
No.
Do you hear me? No.
She's not muted.
She's not muted.
But she-
I'm not muted.
Settings of your microphone, see where the sound is coming from to your mic. It's in the, if you click on the mic, on the arrow close to your mic on Zoom, you can choose the microphone.
I can go
Maybe you
out.
haven't shared sound on Zoom.
Maybe Henry goes.
Maybe you
Her
have.
sound is fine.
Her sound is fine.
I think it's here.
It's here.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
Sorry, Zhenya, we're figuring it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't hear me, yeah?
Yes, yes, we do. Yes. Correct.
Oh wow, great. So I have a voice. It's great. That is what about my text actually is. So okay, and do you see my video? That is very important video for me. So if it's possible somehow to turn that on, it would be really great.
Yeah, we're just switching on in the background.
Yeah.
We're just seeing if we can share the screen.
Okay, great,
I don't know
great.
if we have something random on there.
There we go.
But we can't see.
Oh,
you.
great, great.
Hang on.
But yeah.
Without sound, without
go.
sound.
Perfect. Okay.
And
We have
it can be on repeat, just like a background. I think that is exactly the background that I need.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Yeah. So I prepared text actually because I think it would be even more meditative practice if I read that. So my text called in honor of TV series You May Destroy Me, but with the question, may you actually destroy me? So I feel that the first day of the war is still going on. Days don't turn into nights. All of Ukrainians feel the war as one long day. In order not to drown in the realizations or depersonalization in memory, you have to emphasize and constantly return striking and traumatic moments and return to the most vivid experiences of my war. Those who have OCD or bipolar disorder or borderline personality disorder could understand actually me. On February 28th, I was already evacuated with my daughter and husband to Lviv. We lived in the architectural office of my friends between drawing tables and computers in a Polish Lux residential house, a house built in 1938. My Kharkiv has been vastly attacked by Russian missiles and shelling from the first hour of the war non-stop. All my family and friends were there. All my research, my library, my architectural monuments, my constructivism was there. All my memories, childhood, 4 generations of ancestors with their graves were there. All my life, all my choices, and all my mistakes have been there. All of me was there. A video of missile strikes on the densely polluted residential area that you see, called Pavlova Polya, appeared in my Instagram feed. This huge residential area is one of the first examples of micro-districting in the USSR, built up with 9 to 16-story typical prefabricated residential buildings. It is an example of modernist mass housing. An architect who designed this series was Nina Furmanova. I took a lot of interviews with her. She is the 60s architect. I watched this video on repeat, as you are doing now, actually. I couldn't take my eyes off it 3, 5, 9 times. I peered it and put it on repeat again. The strikes felt like strikes to my body, again and again, one strike on another. I repeated the strikes again and again in order to feel the pain to the end, in order to remember the pain, in order to appropriate the pain. The full-scale Russian war against Ukraine brutally launched a month ago, but in fact started in 2014 with an action of Crimea and the partial occupation of Donbass. For the first world, this war becomes that unsolvable moment that turns everything upside down. The world didn't expect that. Despite the years of our attempt to explain, all the discussion, texts, talks, petitions, and demands, the world didn't expect that. Despite the Crimea, Syria, Georgia, Moldova, Chechnya, Afghanistan, Prague, Budapest, Warsaw, Finland, and this is only about the 20th century, the world didn't expect that. The world didn't expect that Russia is an imperialist, militaristic state with all the features of empire. The world responds slowly. The world doesn't know what to do. The entire world order is designed not for war, as people from UNESCO said, but for peace. The world is afraid of facing reality, trying to avoid it. And us, at our pain, at our dead bodies, at our destroyed cities, and even at some kind of grandiosity of what is happening now, the world throws papers and protocols, codes of conduct to us. The first world shyly averts its eyes, sending money to bank accounts of pretty Ukrainian women, in quotes, typing in messaging, "Are you safe? Take care. All my thoughts are with you and your family." Signing useless resolutions and memorandums and offering urgent research residencies. So afraid of our reality, he doesn't even say that all programs are available only for women. Because according to the martial law, all men 18 to 60, including researchers, can leave Ukraine only as a people with disabilities. The world wants to talk about the destruction of architectural heritage of Ukrainian cities so many times. But the world doesn't want to physically protect the tangible, immovable heritage of Ukraine. The world is happy to open the borders to Ukrainian refugees. And thanks for that, of course. I'm aware of my privilege. But the world doesn't want to protect civilians who stay in Ukraine from missile attacks and shelling. What is the problem? It seems that there is an encounter with some kind of collective cognitive distortion of system of obstacle. It seems that despite all the years of post-colonial studies, it is difficult for the world to apply post-colonial theory regarding Ukraine. Despite universal condemnation from academic and intellectual communities of imperialism regarding the history and memory of Ukraine, even before the war, from the most progressive academic schools to the most star professors, they have continued to look at the history of Ukraine and his heritage through Moscow eyes, through the empire frame. In their wish to put everything into they ignored facts, data, and knowledge. And even more, they ignored Ukrainian researchers. For many years, the representation of Ukrainian architecture by European and American schools was as if written or from manuals and speeches of Stalin's socialist realism theorists of architecture and art historians. So Ukrainian constructivism, for example, was stereotypically built into Soviet constructivism, or even worse, into the Russian avant-garde, or even the existence of Ukrainian constructivism was generally denied, as if echoing Putin's speech before declaring the war, it was heard from everyone. You have no history, you have nothing to fight for, you must fit in, adjust, and don't confuse us with your facts and that destroy the entire well-established structure of the idea of Soviet heritage. With colonialism, it won't work out that way. This I'm ready to take, but that is not. You can't admire the greatness of the empire and help its victims at the same time. That is actually a contradiction. And here the entire world community should seriously pay attention to the phenomenon of Stalinism and socialist realism, I think. From my perspective as a researcher of modernism, brutalism, and postmodernism, and everything in between. The world should critically evaluate the methodology, which this phenomenon has been interpreted for years with. Stalinism is a very important milestone in understanding of the 20th century history and the 20th century colonialism. The Freedom Square in Kharkiv, that is quite interesting example, again, because it was built in the 20s and the 30s, and maybe you know that huge building and the iconic building of constructivism and interwar modernism, Держпром, was situated there. And it was, that square was hit by missile again in the first part of the war. So the main question, for example, for some historians was either that the heritage that like general Soviet heritage, or that is Ukrainian heritage. And I even remember the discussions when committee of UNESCO wanted to put that ensembles as a part of joint application of Moscow, Belarus, and Ukraine, and called that as a Stalinist empire style monument. And that is again something like trying to put us in the frame where everything was built just in the after the Second World War and in the style of socialist realism. That is not actually true. And I remember how I argued with professors who actually wrote that application. So no matter what sociological defenses the world has, it is impossible to hold on to old and destructive patterns of avoidance and toxic superstructures that hide behind an urgent need for change. There is no other way but to change, to all of us to change. The war in Ukraine could be a moment of universal shame, but it could be a moment when the whole world, the entire architectural, scientific, heritage protection community can join forces and work out a new plan, a strategy to get out of a deep trauma, both physical and mental. This work requires action in field of law, resolving the issues of protection status of objects and zones, documentation, research, design, restoration and conservation, financial analysis, and fundraising. But no less important will be a wide public dialogue, wide public intellectual discussion, exactly on memory issues, on something like can be called maybe, as I remember my friend Maria Silina called that critical heritage studies, and post-war, post-catastrophic recovery that should be connected exactly with post-colonial methodology. Damage to Ukrainian cities can turn into a unifying action, and their careful restoration can turn into a process that can help recover not only Ukrainian society, Ukrainian culture, but also the whole world. Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Mariupol, Kherson, and other cities of Ukraine should live and should be restored. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Zhenya. That was fantastic and very moving, and very much you kind of placed us in Kharkiv, which is, I suppose, was the first city to be so clearly in the most tragically affected by the current events, by the war, and then was followed by Mariupol, and then also by many other smaller cities and smaller towns throughout Ukraine, as we've seen. But I think that this your point at the end was. There was an optimistic note at the end of your presentation that indeed this process of reconstruction may be a process of decolonization and may perhaps shift some kind of the way in which architecture and politics can contribute to a new world. So I don't know. We have a bit of time, right, for questions.
I would maybe
Yeah.
I would maybe break up for an hour and have questions in a more informal way with drinks. And we pause the
Unless somebody
unless somebody wants to ask someone who's
on the panel, yeah.
Who is online now? Are all the
Online we have
speakers-
Alexei,
Maxim, Sasha.
Alexei, Maxim, Sasha, all of them.
Yeah.
basically.
Yes.
So yeah, we have all of the speakers who are online with us now. If you want to ask them any questions, please feel free.
Well, if no question, I can just continue. For example, one my thought that appeared from gender studies, and we can we can continue. Mm-hmm.
There is a question in the audience.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, thanks for all the presentations. I just wanted to ask about whiteness and decolonization and the projects of dismantling whiteness, especially also the whitening of Ukrainian indigenous communities and European identity, or same way with Ireland or Scotland. But it's how can it create connections with all these other sites like Kashmir or Palestine, or, Hong Kong, or the list goes on. But it's it's great to do it in London Grad, but how are we gonna, So I'm just interested if anyone has some thoughts on that.
I'm gonna reiterate the question for everyone in the chat. I'm not sure you can hear it, and also for the YouTube listeners. So, sorry, what's your name?
Nikhil.
So Nikhil was asking about the question of whiteness and race in relation to this particular struggle, and how we can see the question of race and whiteness to connect this struggle to other decolonial struggles, like Kashmir or Palestine, or you mentioned Hong Kong, right?
Yeah, or West Papua,
everywhere. Yeah. So to kind of planetary decolonial struggles. Anyone who's online who wants to respond? I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would actually love to start responding, and I would then just be able to transfer the microphone to someone. But just to start, I would like to say that to see Ukraine as a white country would be a massive mistake. Because firstly, one can mention Crimean Tatars, and one can mention Roma people, and Crimean Tatars are indigenous people of Crimea, and they are Muslim, and they have had historical connections with Palestine, and also to return to Afterhanov. From whom I was reading, he establishes these connections within the Soviet Union, and as you might have noticed from the quotes, he establishes these connections between the Caucasian people and the Ukrainian struggles. And I think similar connections can also be established between the Palestinian and Ukrainian struggle, and I would be happy to now transfer the microphone to anyone who would be happy to respond to this question.
I think it's useful to think of whiteness obviously as a construction of hierarchy and a colonial category in itself, right? And Ukrainians, while appear to have white skin, a lot of us, like me, they also have been constructed as inferior within the imperial logic of the Russian Empire, which has also different racial categories. So while Ukrainians have been inferior to Russians, they quite often have been constructed as superior to people in Central Asia, right? So there are different hierarchies within the Russian Empire that I think important to be untangled, kind of, and to understand. But of course, also racial categorization is enacted not only through the skin color, but also through language, through accent, and through other kind of ethnic belonging that people have. And of course, the construction of Ukrainians Little Russians, the Russians that they're inferior, is very much pronounced, kind of the cultural burlesque through which Ukraine is portrayed. So it is much more, the question of race is there, but on a kind of different, a slightly different modality. But also I think it's important, I feel like colonial, and I experienced that, I've been to a lot of kind of colonial, post-colonial events, and people always surprised that Ukraine can be a colonial, kind of post-colonial space in itself. And anyway, I'm not going to complain about that, but I think it is also, there is coloniality in itself, that colonialism is only Western. It's not, it exists beyond the West. And I think it's important to address this, that it's not a Western project, and you can be colonized by a non-Western country. And it's a big question for Ukraine, but let's not forget so many other places, colonized Russia, and within Russia, and people who are constructed even more different than Ukrainians, because Ukrainians kind of been quite privileged in the hierarchy of race, I think, even within the Soviet Union. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I can share my personal thoughts on that. I can't say that that is something general about all Ukrainians. I can just share my thoughts about that, especially connected with Syria case. I think that that we should understand our privileges, actually. So I don't want to say that that is not a case. Actually, from my point, I think that, really, we are mostly white. That's why I can't say that, no, it's not like that, or something like, oh, I don't see that. No, I see that. I see different behavior, for example, to me and to other people who were in the same situation, for example, 10 years ago, or even in Yugoslavia case. So I see kindness, I see a lot of support. It's great. Maybe I can think that the world again developed and became in a few years really very human and equality and all that stuff is somehow worked, but I'm not sure that that is it. That's why it's something that we should do, like our homework again, to think what is happening. And of course, I'm happy that I actually being here with 4 children. I'm really happy that I have that privilege, because when you are in wartime, it's just a question how you rescue everybody and how you get in safe place. I'm happy that I have that opportunity, that borders are absolutely open for us. But that is definitely a privilege. That is it. I felt that like this, actually, even being on the border with on Polish-Ukrainian border, I felt that as a privilege. It was my first thought that I just saw, I don't know, half a year ago video with people on the Polish border in Belarus, and that is not that case, definitely not that case, absolutely different behavior.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly jump on the decolonial struggle, solidarity kind of part of your question, and to mention that there's the whole history of decolonial solidarities between people oppressed by the Soviet Union and the global decolonial struggle, because probably a lot of you are aware that the Soviet Union had at some point this kind of woke agenda that it was selling to the West, I mean, not only to the West, but also to the global South, supporting Palestine, for instance, or supporting other anti-colonial resistances. And this struggle was not something that came from the top down. It's not the idea that was emerged in the governmental apparatus of the Soviet Union. It was a response of Soviet Union to the decolonial struggle inside the Soviet Union. Crimean Tatars started resisting. A lot of indigenous people and nations who were oppressed in the Soviet Union started resisting in beginning of the 50s. So to the end of the 50s, in the 60s, Soviet Union developed as a response to this decolonial struggle, its international agenda of supporting decolonial resistance. So history knows a lot of these cases of decolonial struggle that we should be attuned to. And also Crimean Tatars, for instance, when Russia invaded Chechnya, a lot of Crimean Tatars hosted asylums from Chechnya, and there is this kind of intimate connection still maintained between Crimean Tatars and Chechen families. So yeah.
I just wanted to, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
No, the one thing that I wanted to add is there's two other dimensions. The dimension of the Russian army, whereby effectively the vastly disproportionate amount of the soldiers who are killed or who are sent to the war and who are killed in the war are people of color, are Chechens, are Ingush, Laks, Central Asians, Buryats. So it's hard to gauge exactly what the numbers are, but from the research that has been done, the disproportion is extraordinary. So effectively, Russia is sending its poor people of color to die in Ukraine. So there's a kind of self-colonial cleansing happening on this level. The other thing is the students, like the international students in Ukraine, who had in many cases, people of color had difficulty on the border crossing into Poland and into Romania and otherwise. And what people forget to ask is how these students got to Ukraine in the first place. And there is this, why are there tens of thousands or even over 100,000, I think, students from Africa, from South Asia, studying often medicine, but also other degrees in Ukraine. And this is a legacy of an old Soviet arrangement, but it's also a symptom of neoliberal kind of knowledge economies, whereby these are high quality, but relatively affordable degrees. So, I mean, there are all sorts of levels of coloniality that are, whiteness itself is problematic and complex, but there are also many multiple levels of coloniality at play in this war and also in the broader Russian imperial project, which a bigger conversation has to be had about decolonizing Russia altogether. And this conversation about the war on Ukraine is a starting point for a broader conversation.
Yeah. And just to add in terms of solidarity, I think all of my knowledge about the colonial studies predominantly comes from South American scholars, also from Black scholars in the States and everywhere, from scholars working on the Middle East. That's where I get this knowledge. And I always felt, when I discovered this literature, it really spoke to me and my experiences and allowed me to articulate my own experiences in the region I've been working with. So these are predominantly my sources, and I found them as a source of inspiration and emancipation, and I hope we build further on this. And I'm really grateful to Jenny for bringing that up. That it's true, Ukrainians have been treated very privilegedly by Europeans and as refugees. But I tried, when I spoke on all the rallies, I tried to mention as well that we have to stand in solidarity with all people occupied everywhere and suffering from wars and colonialism. And it doesn't stop in Yemen, it doesn't stop in Afghanistan. The focus is in Ukraine. I hope that we'll use as well, scholars of Ukrainian scholars going further, this experience to build bigger solidarity networks and to stand together with other people everywhere. I hope this is the future for me coming out of this war. Can I say one thing? Yeah.
It's a good generative question.
I just wanted to add one thing about the idea of Ukrainian white privilege. And just to add a gender dimension to it, because just sort of looks, and I haven't I think, engaged with this in a critical enough research sense, but I hope somebody one day will write a PhD about it. The perception of, the British media perception of Ukraine as a white damsel in distress, I think is overwhelmingly.
Putin has the same perception,
and Putin has the same perception. So the coincidence of that, and it struck me just in a really anecdotal way a couple of times, watching kind of Newsnight where they have followed, for example, a British man separated from his Ukrainian wife, and there evidently being socioeconomic dynamics underpinning that relationship,
Right.
but them not being explored at all in the Newsnight documentary, and it presented as this really weird love story, possibly it was. And then perhaps one of the most despicable things that's happened to me personally during this whole thing was receiving an email from somebody who was in the middle of an online dating relationship, which was disrupted by the war, and asking me if I could tell if the fighting in Donetsk was as bad as the person on the end of the line was saying, and if they should transfer £1,000 or if they shouldn't. Those kinds of dynamics which are already in place, this kind of hyper sort of sexualization, objectification, which is tied up with Ukrainian whiteness, and the idea of the Ukrainian woman and the Russian woman as well, to be honest, as like this hyper sort of sexualized erotic being that is available to the Western man and now is available to be saved in a kind of a fairy tale fantasy. I think that is certainly part and has to be sort of placed within that idea of why we're so welcoming to Ukrainian refugees, as well as them being white and familiar. There's also a degree of sort of sexual availability, perceived sexual availability, which informs that reception.
Yeah, maybe can I again share some personal information? Maybe that is my role today. be in the role of Ukrainian woman who usually are saved. So yeah, that mission is really very strange, and that is not something that began actually when war started. It's already for many years. Actually, 10 years they want to save us. All the time, how I can save you, what I can do, how to rescue, and so on. That's why when first days of war started, you can't imagine, it was so many messages on my phone that like, I don't know, 30 people a day, they want to rescue me. It's really a great thing from one side, and it can be just kindness and so on. But what I felt through the first days, the main thing that somehow give you opportunity to save your dignity, actually, that is subjectivity. So if you are still subjective, if you are not object of that safe process, that is more or less okay. It's something that you somehow handle off. But if not, if you are not subjective, and if you feel that they want to bring you in some frame, in some pattern, or for example, in comparable situations that they had such experience with migrant wave, and then they want to do the same things with you, that's really something that felt even on physical way, that you feel that you should play some role. And that is really awful. That is something that we should think about and think what it is actually. Because again, some understanding who they are, migrants who are from the conflict zone or something like that, absolutely empty words that mean nothing actually. That is usually some very victim role. And I think if we look even in post-colonial studies, if we look on aggressor, but not look precisely on victim, and not given opportunity for victim still be proud, be aggressive too, that is, I think, a problem. Because for many days I felt that Ukrainian migrants should be very, very nice and polite, but not aggressive at all. So that aggressive and that angriness, and that is something like again, like appropriation of war. Even today we call the discussion, decolonization of Russian war. But in this point, we are somebody who has no active power in that. Actually, I felt that war already like my war. That is my war. That is Ukrainian war too. So that activeness and subjectiveness, I think that is very important to switch focus just from that pattern of aggressor and victim to victim who can be actually aggressive too. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have to have a break now.
Mhm.
And also for people who are online, we're gonna come back to the stream in half an hour.
Maybe 15 minutes, because we're running about half an hour late. So just for the.
No, but I think we were planning on starting at 6 anyway.
Oh, were we? Okay,
Yeah.
half an hour is fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we're returning to our live stream in half an hour with the film screenings. Thank you very much for
Thank
everyone
you.
who's with us online. And thank you for
I'll just close this off for now. Yeah.
Don't
At least stay on the Zoom. Yeah.
I don't think we would pull it off in St Andrews.
What?
We wouldn't pull it off in St Andrews. It's complex to
Really?
set up.
Oh, this takes up. Well, that's thanks to.
Honestly.
I mean, these two
really
actually,
impressed by
Anna
it.
and Jonah, have managed to figure it all out. It hasn't been easy.
No,
It's been quite-
but
it's been
we
quite
have worked it
emotional
out.
in places,
Yes,
but
definitely.
we've made it just about.
Hello, everyone. We will be starting again shortly. Thank you. If everyone could take their seats, the next section of the event is about to begin. Yeah, he should be. Can we ask him to speak? We're muted. Are we? No.
Can you say something so we check the sound?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you well. I'm going to do a very brief introduction, if you don't mind, and then we'll proceed. So, yeah, the conversation, the presentation that I was going to give is going to be connection between the first part of the program that was devoted to decolonizing the different approaches to invasion, to the more to the film program and the different approaches the artists are taking against the ongoing colonialism. So today's Vitaly's talk is going to be dedicated to the epistemic conditions that can counter the colonial violence, the epistemic colonial violence, and various approaches to decolonial praxis that artists can take. I'm handing the word.
Again, thank you so much, everyone. It is an honor to be part of today's symposium, and big thanks to the organizers and to all the fellow participants. It is highly important that we are gathered here and we are talking and thinking through all of the broader circumstances of this war and its intellectual implications. As I had mentioned in correspondence with Anna and Vlad, I have been thinking a lot lately in my own work as a scholar of literature and film, and as someone who has for a long time been thinking about post-colonial and decolonial approaches to the countries of the former Soviet Empire and to Ukraine and Russia in particular, two questions of what has become a very important field, which is epistemic injustice. And epistemic injustice is a field at the intersection of several aspects of philosophy and also political practice, because talking about and thinking about epistemic injustice means that we are looking at the overlapping impacts of political philosophy, ethics, and epistemology. And the discussion of epistemic injustice is something that originates specifically in the context of the post-colonial discourse, namely with Gayatri Chakravorty's Spivak's discussion of epistemic violence as a very important part of subaltern regimes in her classic Can the Subaltern Speak? And one could very plausibly say that an essential part of the Russian state aggression against Ukraine is also epistemic violence, the denial, the attempt to create contexts in which Ukrainian knowledge, Ukrainian agency, Ukrainian subjecthood is no longer possible. And while we are addressing and countering this epistemic violence through our own critical work, and both earlier part of the symposium and then in the films we are going to watch and discuss, we also need to be aware of the systems of epistemic injustice that exist and have existed in many ways in the context of global knowledge production. And epistemic injustice can take many forms, and usually it works by exclusion, by keeping epistemic agents isolated from each other, and breaking that isolation and establishing solidarity is of crucial importance. And of course, Ukraine and Ukrainian culture and discourse give us one of the pioneering articulations of anti-colonial solidarity of the oppressed in Taras Shevchenko's poem Kafkaz from 1845, where through clear articulation of solidarity of a colonized Ukrainian with the indigenous population of the Caucasus Mountains, which at the time was resisting a bloody colonial war by the Russian Empire, we have this kind of clear and precise articulation made in very strong terms. We also need to address the questions of epistemic trust, that is, the ways in which knowledge production by representatives of marginalized, subaltern, colonized and formerly colonized and emerging from colonized conditions through decolonial practices, subjects be resisting the situations of epistemic distrust that they are often placed in, and also understand that we need to be careful in how we see the process of epistemic labor happening, how is knowledge production done, and be very wary of the situations of what one colleague recently brilliantly called West-planing. This was a Ukrainian colleague who said that he would no longer accept invitations to any Western panels if his presence is only meant there to be illustrating whatever thesis the Western participants wanted to advance. So also in that sense, avoiding what could be seen as epistemic exploitation. And so within the decolonial contexts, this is something that has been very forcefully formulated by one of the leading decolonial theorists, Walter Mignolo, in his seminal 2009 article, Epistemic Disobedience, Independent Thought and Decolonial Freedom. And I think that the patterns that he discusses there, that the first world, the Western world, has knowledge, while the other parts of the planet have culture, while the Western world has science, the indigenous cultures have wisdom. So those kind of pernicious divisions need to be addressed, what he calls the geopolitics and biopolitics of knowledge, and sort of the development of a new critical geopolitics, not the geopolitics of political regimes. And he advocates the practice of epistemic disobedience, as he calls it. And I would venture to say that what we are attempting to have here is precisely a step in this direction, that by thinking through the ways in which, especially since the start of the first Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014, Ukrainian intellectual field, Ukrainian culture has been reflecting on, analyzing, and articulating the complex tangle of enduring forms of colonial oppression, attempts through fits and starts to address them and to undo them through decolonial processes, is something that we need to pay a very strong and thoughtful attention to. And by being aware of conditions of epistemic injustice and by addressing and confronting them in our own work, we also are performing the labor of addressing and resisting the epistemic violence of dominant regimes, the epistemic violence that, in the case of the current war, is very much then propped up and exacerbated by the physical violence of the bombing and shelling and destruction of Ukrainian cities and Ukrainian lives. So we, by giving Ukrainian voices agency, by promoting addressing their vision and their representation of themselves, we put an end to the provocative question that one famous historian, Mark von Hagen, asked quarter century ago: does Ukraine have a history? Of course, Ukraine has a history. Ukraine has agency. It is the question of the knowledge regimes that are dominating globally that were denying that were assigning Ukraine a very small place, a small size place on a global mental map, despite the large physical presence of the country, despite the large intellectual resource that it represents, despite the active reflective work that has been performed by its intellectuals and creative persons like the filmmakers whose work we'll be watching and discussing today. So thank you again for being here. Thank you to the organizers for conceiving and putting together this event. And I think that we are making a very important set of steps in the direction of addressing epistemic injustices in that created conditions and exacerbated the global crisis of which Russia's invasion of Ukraine is at its core. And by performing the intellectual labor we're doing today, we are creating an element of resistance to these epistemic injustices that should hopefully make a contribution to a transformative result in the future and a ethical and just situation, both epistemologically and in the conditions of a new just peace after the end of this horrible and tragic war. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's watch these films, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. I'm now, and yeah, we're checking with every speaker if they heard an applause, so I hope you heard them. I'm now handing my word to Vlad.
So before we go to the screenings and before I give the microphone virtually to Alexei, I just quickly wanted to introduce the curator of the screening program. Alexei Kuchansky is an independent researcher, art and queer writer whose main interests lie in experimental moving images, its ecological impact, and critical cultures of nature. She was born in Vinnytsia, Ukraine. She lives in Kyiv. Her works have been published in Prostory, Your Art, Transitory White Political Critique, East European Film Bulletin, Arts of Working Class, Moscow Art Magazine, and others. So, Alexei, passing on the microphone to you now. Thank you for joining us, and we're all looking forward to the film screening.
Yeah, thank you for your kindest introduction. Also, thank you all the participants for your wonderful reports, and also I really appreciate that so many people find it reasonable to be here and listen and to watch this event. First of all, I should admit that some delays may appear with the screening of Mykola Rydny's film due to the missile attacks in Lviv, where the artist is currently situated. Yeah. The next thing to be said is that I refer to Ukrainians, and if you feel that you should leave, that you don't want to stay on this event, I mean participants, it is absolutely okay due to any reasons, due to any conditions. Yeah, so I will briefly introduce the program. First of all, I have admit that our discussion and video program, which are preoccupied with a kind of complex view on war in Ukraine, is failed par excellence. I think so because most of the people from Mariupol, Kherson, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Chernihiv, Irpin, Bucha, Vorzel, and other cities and towns just physically cannot join the symposium because many of them are brutally cut off electricity, gas, and even drinking water by Russian Federation. Evidence themselves, just as Ukrainian lives, are the resources which are captured by that extractivist empire. Probably, for our program, this is the most important fact to be considered about Putinist gaslighting. And I also have to say that even the most reasonable and up-to-date theorists will not close the sky and they will not reject the Russian gas in Europe. In any case, thank you very much for this opportunity to subvert Putinist gaslighting by Ukrainian voices. Putinism, based on legal neo-patriarchy, extractivism, and militarism, has taken gaslighting to a new level. Firstly, there is the Putinization of the political imagination, in which any alternative to the current state of affairs seem to be a mad delusion. Secondly, there is a close relation between these imaginary entities and the global network of Russian gas sales. Gaslighting is a circumstance under which we, Ukrainians, find ourselves in the position of not completely being humans, rather subjects of humanitarian support than of human rights. As we have seen, the boundaries of humanity are delineated by gas pipelines. This screening in particular includes artistic practices that explore the ability of images to go beyond media sensations on a screen and to make evidence just do their work. So, firstly, we will watch a letter to Turtle by Dana Kavelina, a Kyiv and Lviv-based artist originally from occupied Melitopol. Kavelina works primarily with animation and video, but also installation, painting, and graphics. Her works often thematize military violence and war seen from gender perspective, and especially concern the position of a victim as a political subject, as well as a distance between historical and individual trauma, memory, and misrepresentation. This film is a second-degree feminist artistic appropriation of amateur footage shot during the war in Donbas region of Ukraine, recombined into a surreal anti-war film poem. Her works often, yeah, so please watch.
Yeah.
Let's try. Sorry.
Couple of technical issues. Bear with us for 1 second.
So they're saying it's not translated on YouTube.
Okay, so can we drag these in?
The title has been translated.
The title is the only thing that would have been translated on.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think so.
I'm sure the audio is on when you're sharing screen.
Yes,
sure.
yeah, it should be on. Yeah.
Shall we stop share and start again?
Stop sharing, start again. Okay.
No, wait. Close. Then the error here.
Yep.
Yeah, just okay.
Let's just.
Okay.
This is how you share. Yeah.
Was the video sound broadcasted to the?
No, no.
No sound on YouTube?
Try it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Oh, why is it paused?
It's the way that
full screen, basically.
Yeah, if it's possible. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the subtitles won't be visible, so we're gonna leave the screen. If you can bear with us for like several minutes.
Yeah, sorry.
1 second.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah. Are all the locks on?
Yeah.
Jonah,
yes.
Please turn off the microphone on I think there's sound on your Zoom.
Oh, yeah, that's, but sorry, everybody.
Let's just not stream it.
Just not stream it?
Yeah, let's just not stream it. I think it's just breaking. Sorry, I think it's just because we're trying to stream it on simultaneously on YouTube. It's been breaking. So
Yeah.
let's just not stream it from here.
Okay.
Yeah. Say sorry, everyone.
We're not able to stream it on YouTube now, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. I can stream from the video. The proper pirating.
Should we?
Yeah,
keep going?
sure. Yeah,
Okay.
let's just go.
Sorry, everybody.
Я знаю, что твои глаза совершенно изранены всякой любовью. Я даже помню, как сильно тебя зовут. И пока мои зубы не стали пудренными, я сообщаю тебе письмо. Я знаю, что они хотят выгребать из тебя уголь. Они выгребают уголь из твоей шахты. Они выгребают до последнего угольного младенца. Они выгребают все, кроме последнего младенца, который родится последним младенцем после всех рожденных младенцев. Наследник его из твоего пепла, Мария Екатерина. Не бойся, раздавим себя по кусочкам и ничего не пожалеем. Ни ногтей, ни пальцев ног, ни слезинки. Ты все время куришь и смотришь, Мария. Ты считаешь время. Ты еще не знаешь, что Донбасс — это птица утопия. Сигареты, политика, колыбельная. Ты качаешь метроном туда и обратно. Ты вдыхаешь газ внутрь. Ты думаешь, что прогреваешь воздух Донбасса. Но Донбасс, Катерина, это твое тело. Твои волосы давно стали проволокой. Твои зубы становятся гвоздями. В конце концов, люди постоянно так делают. Люди производят свет. Люди не умеют делать так, как делает солнце. Они произвели бомбы, придумали обстрелы, чтобы сообщать друг другу свет, чтобы были целые волны света, чтобы летали гоблинцы или разная тварь Божья, чтобы была в Донбассе песня. Нерадивые дети Донбасса греют друг друга, потому что не умеют иначе. Я тоже хочу быть светом. Я хочу лететь на свет. Я хочу лететь в твою лицо, попасть в наш зубов и остановиться там. Я касалась тебя.
Попрошу ты одиночество мое. Пойми меня правильно, мне очень одиноко. когда пройдет очень большой взрыв, ты даже не сможешь себе представить, какой это будет большой взрыв, как тысячи немыслимых родов, как чихание неведомой мне матери, тогда все смешаются. Когда все на свете смешаются в одно, мы станем единым телом. Мать невозможно будет отделить от сына, а меня от арматуры панельного дома, в котором я однажды встретила девочку, которая носила цветы к могиле. И твой род обязательно найдет мой род, и все мы соприкоснемся руками. Кости нашего тела станут костями твоего родного дома. Его станут вишневым садом. А вот эти прорастут.
Один человек, которого я любила, это сон про девочку. Девочка эта носила на могилу цветы. Каждый день она носила на могилу цветы, а затем девочка выросла, и девочке некуда. И решила жениться на маму, которой она носила цветы. Я знаю, что ты можешь одетая, чтобы твои тела не нашли голым под обломками после обстрела. Но ты забываешь, Катерина, что на страшном суде все мы предстанем голыми, как глиняные головы в Праге, как дети нерожденных отцов. Я не хочу больше. Я хочу стать большим безымянным коллективным именем человечества, имя которому Яма. Яма, ты меня слышишь? Станет невестой каждому другому живому, неживому существу. Собираем большую свадьбу после последнего обстрела. Ударная волна, ударный труд. Военные – это ударники-ускорители. Тактические деятели Донбасса. Я не хочу иметь паспорта фотографии. Я не хочу быть описанным цифрами. Я хочу быть равной всем прочим подготовкам пионерского дома. Я хочу быть равной всем прочим подготовкам. Я хочу быть равной всем прочим подготовкам. Жанна Дарк это ведь тоже какой-то взрыв. И Коперник это тоже какой-то золотой огонь. Коперник в горловке, ты моя милая в горловке. Взорваться означает летать. Значит, раздать себя по миру. А ты, пожалуйста, посмотри. Как из меня получается красивая пыль.
Между снарядом и землей любовь. Снаряд делает любовь с землей, и славней, и самотурой. Это очень большая страсть. Ты будешь смотреть за радужные глаза, смотреть, а ты не рождала. Но эти, которые ты собираешь томаты и сажаешь в саду своем.
Я знаю, они захотят натолкать в твой рот побольше земли, чтобы высадить туда кости черешин и вишен. Но ты не бойся, черешни и вишни ничем не хуже красных младенцев. Вишни и черешни исторгаются из твоего чрева каждые 28 дней, Мария. Может, они даже захотят сделать из тебя склад боеприпасов вишни и черешни? Но ты не бойся. Когда в поле появляется машина, она стреляет. Происходит эвакуация. Иногда зачинают бетонного горения. Но они не умеют быть колыбельными путями, а ты умеешь. Горловка – это разве не птица такая? Нам нужно репетировать колыбельные, и затем нам больше ничего не останется. Когда состоится большой взрыв, мы все смешаемся в огромном костюме. Сотрутся различия, и все напротив бежать. От жизни, обнявшись, женщины с женщинами, мужчины с собаками, и арматура обнимется с нерожденными детьми. Арматура и шлакоблоки, все это мое тело. Мы здесь все семья. Человек трава, человек земля. Цыгане, евреи и те, кто держал голубей. Ты считаешь, что в земле ты не боишься одетая, но твой правый руку давно унесло на запад, а левую руку унесло на север, а правую на юг. Внизу в воздухе и плачет тебя. Зубы твои давно не собрались, а сигареты все считаешь, а сигареты боишься одетая. Словно запад, а левую на восток, твою руку унесло на север, а правую на юг. Твоя голова зависла в воздухе и плачет деревянный. Зубы твои давно не собрались, а сигарета все еще ходит туда-сюда, к лицу. Я так хочу, чтобы ты погиб. Тогда твоя рука может быть все, что несет к нему. Я так хочу, чтобы ты погиб. Тогда твоя рука может быть все, что принесет к моему.
Dana Kadirina. Check. Just Dana, are you with us? We just finished watching a film. Also, Alexei, if you're here.
Yes, I am here. Do you hear me?
Yes.
You should allow me to turn on my video.
Yes, I think we can hear and see you. Amazing. So
Yeah.
the word.
I'm also here, but I may leave in any moment due to the air raid alarm in my city, and probably I will have to go to shelter or somewhere. Yeah, so we definitely should try to make this discussion, but just in case, I should inform you about these issues. Yeah, so Dana, thank you very much for joining this event. Many of us would agree that knowledge is somehow situated, that is related to the very intimate register of production of knowledge and opinion as well. Could you tell us a bit about your current conditions as an artist and as an Ukrainian citizen, please? How are you?
Thank you, Alyosha. I am all right. I'm in Germany right now, so I fled in the first days of war, and I'm in a safe place physically. And it's a very good question as for the place from where my speech is produced. And when I was thinking of it, I understood that the real place from where I think and I see the situation is, of course, the feeling of guilt that is shared by all the people that have fled or tried to leave the country. And this is also the feeling of responsibility that that you cannot even imagine. And I was also thinking a lot about the war producing two different states simultaneously. Like on one hand, I think we all are feeling united like never before with all the people of our country. And on the other hand, simultaneously, the war produces the multiplicity of experiences that are almost incomparable. Like when there is no norm anymore and nothing is normal, then the experiences become so scattered, and I don't think I can fully understand any of the experiences that Ukrainians are now living through. And I also have a feeling that the only reality there is now, maybe in the world, it is located in Ukraine. Like the real history and politics is now located there, and all the other places are either nowhere or are the shadows of this war. And so I'm not feeling very real situated here. And the only way to connect to reality is the telephone calls to my family, who are all of them now staying in the occupied Melitopol, and also to my friends who are in Shostka, Kiev, and Lviv. And therefore, I cannot find a place for my own voice right now. And of course, it is a big crisis for any of the artists. And I feel like making art is was a great privilege before, and now it is time for very straightforward statements, a simple propaganda, and very, very simple political speech. Sorry for taking so long to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much for your sincerity. Maybe audience, maybe someone from audience has any questions. Probably it is a good idea just for Michal or Vlad just to message me on chat on this issue.
Again.
Right
Yeah.
here, yeah, I'm gonna, I will reiterate the questions we're gonna get from the audience to you through the mic, just so you can hear them, if it's okay. Do you think they can hear us?
Yeah.
Any questions? Sure.
Excuse me, we do not hear you at all.
Check.
Yeah, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, much better.
This is what I was saying, that I'm gonna reiterate the questions that we're getting from the audience. They're not gonna hear them.
I hear nothing.
I think you're lagging, like, our internet is really bad.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, probably
Sorry,
you
guys,
should.
when
yeah,
was the film we just saw was made? Right.
Yeah.
Probably you should better just write the question in the chat, and I will just read it. Yeah. Yeah. So the first question: when was the film made?
It was made 2 years ago, 2 springs ago, in May of 2020.
Yes, thank you. So while you are managing something to regarding your questions, I will ask another one. So Dana, the narration in your film seems to be structured as a letter. Could you explain a bit, please, why it is so, and to whom is it addressed?
Actually, this film started from writing the text, and the text was structured as a message to some woman who is located in the Donbas region. And that was an imaginative situation where this woman could receive this message. And at the same time, it is the one very specific woman, and on the other hand, it could be any woman. So it is the the figure of very multiple experiences, and maybe addressing or locating one individual person in this collective situation of trauma or war. And with time, I turned this text into the radio piece, kind of the radio message. And the film contains many distortions and interference as well. And it's also a little bit funny that I now have watched my own film with great interferences as well. So I got my own message through very strange thing. And it is also a situation where I locate the very intimate message into the into a machine stream of radio that can be intercepted by enemy, for example.
Yeah, I see. Thank you. So any questions? maybe the next one will also be mine. Do you think that Russian militaries has some kind of very specific issues with body, or is more like, or it is more like a feature of each militarism? What do you think?
I've thought a lot about this question myself, and I find this question ultimately important. And it is, of course, I have big problems analyzing the situation. And it is you, Alexei, who has written many times that all words are like, we fail all theories right now. And if I was to analyze the situation, I would, of course, try to keep in mind simultaneously what patterns does this militarism follow, like what it has in common with other kinds of militarisms before, and on the other hand, what is completely new and unbelievable right now. And of course, we have many names for the bodies that are now located in sieged cities and the bombed cities. Like Judith Butler called those bodies ungrievable, and Agamben wrote about the nude life, or vita nuda. And we have many names and many theories, and still it is happening right now. And what I thought is new for me, for example, is finding completely new and unbelievable issues with the child's body. Of course, many researchers write about the vulnerability of women's bodies, the issues of rape and sexual abuse and all the other things. But what does the Russian militaristic machine do? It is this unbelievable bombing of the theater in Mariupol with those letters children written on both sides. And when the theater is bombed, we understand that something will never be the way it was before. Like a child's body is the ultimate and the final argument to the enemy. Like when we write children, we believe that this argument could be read by the enemy, and this is like a very, very, the simplest, the final humanism, because the child's body is not only a vulnerable one, it is also innocent, because child cannot be responsible for politics. And and also he cannot defend or revenge. And this is also a future body. And when it is killed, then we understand that we do not share the same language, and we do not share the same humanistic argumentation. We lose the possibility of speech. And the issues with the bombed child and maternity infrastructure, it is something that contains a very important signal, like either this this war machine is completely blind, or it is some kind of a new message. This infanticide is a statement of Russian Federation that I see as a very clear one. And talking also about the relation of Russian Federation to its own soldiers, to these countless agents of violence. Also, this strange thing for me is the inability to count them. It's like the countless bodies of soldiers that are as well deprived of their needs, and no one can really know how many bodies are there, and all this news about the mobile crematoriums and this completely uncounted bodies on the both sides. and the thing that we can call them cheap, like very cheap corpses on both sides, a very cheap war for cheap gas.
Yeah, thank you very much for the statement. I also find it really reasonable. Yeah, so maybe the audience have any questions.
Can you hear us okay now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyone has any questions?
Yeah.
There is one comment, I think. You, I can't stretch it. Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to say before this from it's very complex all the images and the story of the letter. Just wanted to say thank you. It's very strong and great job.
Should we repeat that for them?
Did you hear it well?
No, I didn't hear it completely. It would be better if you type it in the chat.
Sorry. The person was just saying thank you, basically. That is a very powerful work, and especially in the context of you talking right now. You can hear us.
No.
Not at all. Can you hear us at all? Is that better?
A little bit.
No? A little bit. The person was basically saying thank you for making the film and how powerful it was, especially in the context of the conversation you two are having now. So it was a note of much gratitude. But I think there was another question.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the propaganda that had been selected in the film and what kinds of propaganda that Dana is talking about.
Sorry, but I think that the only option is to type this question because we cannot hear you at all. Yeah, so the question is, how did Dana select the Soviet propaganda that is in the film, and what kind of propaganda is possible now?
Okay, actually, these images I used in the start of the film was part of archival footage about the Soviet history of Donbass, capturing workers in the I forgot the word, Schachte.
Miners.
Yes, yes.
Mines.
Thank you. Mines, yes. The miners working, and this this is the evidence of the history of the Ukrainian region that is felt to be lost with decommunization. So the return to these images was an attempt to appropriate this history, to take it back and to create a situation of belonging. There was also a thought that these archival images, they also have their agency, and they can talk and they can look back when we look at them. And all the other footage and eyewitness video that I used, they were combined in a dialogue. And it was also what came to my mind, that this eyewitness video that are now streamed every minute from Ukraine, it is a new kind of archive, some kind of chaotic archive with no center. And the images of Soviet period are always structured. They are found in a kind of classical archives. So this is the way two types of archives can also communicate. And you're also asking what kind of propaganda is possible now. It is a big issue defining what you mean by propaganda. But if you mean this ideologically streamed speech, it is all the people, all the researchers, all the artists from Ukraine are now saying the same things, like stop the war, close the sky, help refugees, demand your government to stop buying gas and add more sanctions, and all the things that all the people in the world can understand themselves when watching the news. So of course I am into this kind of propaganda as well, but it is a very simple speech that doesn't need to be called a propaganda.
Yes, thank you very much, Dana, for your answers and for this film. I really hope to see you soon. Yeah. So now we are going to watch Mykola Ridney's No, 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 a film which observes activities of the young people from Kharkiv, a city located in the eastern part of Ukraine. It is currently occupied and heavily attacked by Russian military troops. Yeah. Mykola Ridney is an artist, filmmaker, and essayist living and working in Kiev since 2005. He has been a founding member of the Soska group, grassroots art collective, which has created and organized a large number of art projects in Kharkiv. Since 2017, he is the co-editor of the online magazine Prostory. Ridney works across media, ranging from site-specific installations and sculpture to photography and experimental films. So please watch.
Share it on Zoom because our internet is being weird when we do that. But we're gonna come back in after we finish.
In 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes.
Okay.
По-моему, похоже, да. Похоже. Реально похоже. Зону размаш. Давай сюда. Давай. Да, гуще зрано. А разотри теперь, ну, растёрто. Хуёво. Хуёво? Ну, по-моему, да. Ну, по-моему, похоже.
Улицы задохнулись в дыму и нервно и гневно жаждут свежего воздуха. Скажите, в какую страну мне уехать в апрельском бронепоезде? Я обхватил ногами, руками сосну и вижу, как люди попадали. Скажите, зачем, почему я горю здесь, как сумрачный маятник? Жертвы авиалиний тонут в морях, а я между ними трасса. Скажите, когда я найду свой горячий асфальт, чтобы насмерть?
Возле моего подъезда меня остановили 4 парней. В общем, один из них спросил, я Димпл, в смысле, ты Димпл? Ну, я сказала да, и потом меня потащили за угол. У меня была организация «Толерантный бунт», мы высмеивали разные праворадикальные движения, вроде модного приговора. Модный приговор – это группировка. Они выкладывают в интернет компрометирующую информацию и потом на людей, и потом они этих людей находят и избивают. Вот, и суть такая, что они очищают город, ну, как они считают, от грязи. Часто пишут к своим постам там найти и отпиздить, а мы писали, чтобы найти, поздороваться или обнять. Зачем мы вообще все это делали? Мы хотели показать, что вот есть люди интересные, независимо от того, кто чем занимается, все они очень интересные, и таких понятий, как аморальное поведение, быть не должно вообще. Ну и в итоге, так как моя информация на странице была открыта, меня нашли. Также нашли еще одного админа паблика, вот, тоже, ну, не так сильно как меня отпинали, но да, было дело, и потом я решила, что нужно закрывать лавочку. После первого удара я упала, и дальше меня просто били ногами, но вдруг, ну, я так понимаю, мимо проходили люди, они испугались и, в общем, бежали. Пыталась голову прикрывать в первую очередь. Но у меня особо не было никакой возможности защититься, кроме как просто лежать и ждать. Я сама, ну, то есть я квир, я гендер, то есть я не считаю себя ни мужчиной, ни женщиной. И, в принципе, моя татуировка значит, что вот я человек. Не смотрите на то, как я выгляжу, я человек. Вспоминая вчерашнюю ночь, неизменно шла по шаткому городу и озаряла улицы своими зрачками. А теперь можешь грубо, слово в памяти.
Сокрушающиеся потолки летали над землей, кровать парила над небесным обрывом, пока вспоротые вены противились одностороннему движению. «Как же мне с тобой хорошо!» — воскликнула она. «Даже лучше, чем... Ну, ты знаешь». Обратная сторона отражения вспыхнула красным цветом. Она любила, когда неизменность так говорила. «И зачем мне что-то еще? Ну, кроме...» — прошептала она. «Ты так меня понимаешь? Трахни меня сейчас же!» — вскрикнула неизменность.
Смеяться. А куда? Я не знаю. Бля, аж в голове туда защемило.
Слава Украине! Героям слава! Ну, лично я и множество страны не сильно обращают внимание на лица из рекламы. Я не запоминаю вообще никогда. Кто знал, когда снималась эта рекламная кампания, я снималась в начале осени еще, и вообще не было никаких таких посылок такого. Я думаю, что вот модели, они же катаются по всему миру, работают, и съемки, показы. Но обратная сторона медали, это что это, во-первых, очень тяжелая работа, во-вторых, это проблемы с кожей, волосами, вечные туфли, и никогда не бывает таких размеров размера. Я еще не было, мне такого показа, что у меня были туфли моего размера. Я не знаю, почему они спрашивают размеры, и просто все время 2 размера меньше. Или больше она делает. Ну, то, что модели глупые, это неправильно, просто, возможно, какие-то ограниченные. Ну, потому что, в принципе, любой разговор сводится к теме фэшена, но он всегда не как работать. То есть все могут там пойти поработать, потом еще пойти на автопати какой-нибудь, снять или на моду, потому что это не так показывает. Ну, фэшн тоже было возможность его отменить. Ну, теперь знал, что это будет правильно абсолютно, это было не к месту. Ну, когда он прошел, очень многие на площадь правились, и как бы это выглядело очень глупо. Это все признавали, но каждый раз думал, что сейчас пошли кофту с адрес Украины, а я буду одним таким. Но не так вышло. То же самое на Kyiv Fashion Days было, в принципе, слово Fashion to Peace. Ну, то есть вообще, в принципе, мне кажется, что не вредно делать какие-то подобные мероприятия. Мне было очень по себе, когда я думала уже, что будет, может, вот это может в Киев поступить, попробовать еще, находиться здесь как-то неприятно. Телевидение. Ну, я стала по случаю, когда на украинском языке разговаривали, даже его бабушка, или что все купили. Ну, сколько раз ты идешь с ленточкой по городу, тебя называют уже, оскорбляются, возможно. Что просто тебя запинательницы, пишите просто ленточка флаг Украины. У нас был счет, когда мы заедем в на площади, где у нас скоро будет. Я приезжаю, она говорит, я сейчас выйду. Ну, собираюсь встретиться возле Гурничей. Когда найдет немного со стороны Ленина. Юрий Скоренко и кричит «Слава Белому Беру», да. Это было очень неожиданно. Ну, мы решили конструктивно, ну, мы не ссоримся, потому что это действительно может быть и закончится, и просто зачем портить отношения. Каждое свое мнение, но те, кто более против Майдана, федерализацию не оставят. Мне кажется, сейчас поддерживают сторонников Майдана. Теперь слушай, где правда. Да где-то так.
Начинали мы с центральных улиц. Остальные надписи мы делали уже, отталкиваясь от тех мест, на которых либо эти надписи будут дольше существовать, поскольку на периферии заводских районах они будут минимум лет 10-15. Обычно такие стенки не запрашиваются видом. Лично я чувствовал какие-то всякие предчувствия, когда там, неприятные истории были, я это видел, там, да, непосредственно моей семье, а мать как никто другой, и тоже когда у меня случались ужасные всякие события, они чувствуют это, никто другой, потому что вышло территориально, исторически, потому что мы разговариваем на двух языках, соответственно, и переживания, и этот сон, допустим, вот, ты говоришь на том языке, на котором тебе снятся сны.
Писали уже, да. Так это как раз осталось вот это. Да. Где-то есть здесь еще одно.
Мы с Андреем решили поехать, встретить Новый год в Львове, сели в плацкарте, на Блаблакаре решили не ехать, и плацкарт оказался полностью забит солдатами из зоны АТО. У нас очень модно делать смешные темные нашивки в стиле каратель или еще что-то типа для троллинга русских. А плацкарт так устроен, что вот наша полочка, и параллельно просто нас очень тихо, спокойно слушает один из солдат. Он рассказывал нам одну из самых ярких историй про то, как сепары на тачке решили, протараниться в этот танк, и они, соответственно, их задавили, всех сепаров, которые в тачке находились, там полный фарш, устроили. Показывал нам фотки, как они подбили танк. Он говорит, вот, посмотрите. Причем такой спокойный пацан, абсолютно простой, знаешь, с улыбкой, там, всех кончиком своим, показывает там фотки абсолютно ужасные, там, где, разбитый экипаж, заслобанный горевшими трупами, а его был экипаж чувак рэпер, считают очень прикольный рэп. Показывал нам видос про то, как он собрал зал из танкистов других, и у него там такой, в стиле русского рэпчика, там, йоу-йоу-йоу, крутые чуваки, там, тёлки, там, все остальное. Короче, это очень забавно смотреть, в контексте того, что целый зал, танкистов в военной форме серьезно слушают его рэпчик.
Дал обещание записать в этот альбом. Знаю, что смогу, и мне это не влом. Может быть, и присняк. не будет получаться, но чисто позитивно не будет излагаться. Хватит вам всего и радости, и грусти, и все эти куплеты вас так просто не отпустят. Они засядут в памяти, они залягут в мыслях, будут выступать в роли ваших фитил чистых. Покачайте головами, поднимите руки вверх, хоть на улице июнь, или может снег, а может там холодно и все-таки тепло. С этой песни даже ночью вам не будет темно, будет нам светло, словно по полуночи днем. Чем бы ты ни был, помни, дружишь ты с огнем, дружишь ты с водой и общаешься с людьми. Ты не скучишь, и ты не останешься в тени. Напор своих старания, залог всего успеха, и сколько тебе культура здесь тоже не помеха. Здесь главное то, что творится в голове, попытайся рифмовать на тетрадном листе.
Ого, вон, Юля. Юля, одевай ребенка быстро, реально. Одета?
Вот это квартал власти, то есть мы можем зайти, посмотреть в пару подворотен, а потом заходим в правительственное учреждение. То здесь концентрировано все, здесь есть муниципалитет, полиция, больницы, пожарные. Вот на окраине что-то говорить. Дальше будет говорить больше. Город в игре похож на Харьков чуть-чуть. Там в основном все происходит в центре, то есть эта бабушка, которая живет в центре, она была работником детского сада. Сейчас она живет в районе, который называется Сон. Собственно, это спальный район в центре города. Город поделен на, условно говоря, 4 сектора. Получается, на востоке у нас леса и речка. На севере у нас поля, где есть несколько зданий, то есть там заправка, библиотека и дом энергетического магната местного, которого потом находится спортом брюхом. Ну и здесь много из моей личной жизни, например, очевидца молоком. И вообще квартал Сон – это то место, где я раньше жил с мамой. Спальный район с, ну, здесь не с хрущевками, но это с хрущевками реально жизнь. Это Дикий проспект с машинами в какой-то момент. Все машины исчезнут. И все машины исчезнут, придут военные. Столько всякой фигни произошло, я достаточно много общался с людьми из Луганска, и там в то время как раз таки начали тоже бомбить, и там ракета попала в администрацию. Тут на улицах лежат, плюс там ходят. Власть — это не силы порядка, а силы хаоса, то есть они наоборот. Сеет беспорядок скорее, чем порядок. Вот. И внизу жизнь и смерть. Ну, жизнь — это дети, которые есть в городе, то есть мы в какой-то момент находим детей, и можем им помогать, можем не помогать, а смерть — это коллеги.
Hi, Alexi, we're back. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Начинается конференция. Нет, ты не можешь, просто закрой дверь.
I hear, actually, Sasha, Anna, Vlad, and Michal, I would like to offer you to take a 5 minutes break in order to collect the questions, so we can, discuss the film.
If you can hear me okay, then I think our internet is back on track, so we can proceed as well. Do you hear me well?
Okay, okay, we may try.
Yeah, if you want 5 minute break though, we can just come back in 5 minutes.
Okay, so please feel free to ask anything.
Anyone has questions? Mikola is with us on the Zoom. Maybe I would love to ask a question actually, because I wanted to ask how it feels to like watch this work now, and it's really crazy to see like the video game unfolding and like how the meaning of the work has changed since the escalation.
Mikola, did you hear the question? Because it seemed to me that it was quite, quite a bad connection.
Yeah, sorry, I also have some difficulties. I cannot connect my video for some reason. It never happened with Zoom before. But can you hear me now?
Yeah, we do.
We're typing the question now.
Yeah, we can hear you well. So maybe I will ask the first question while you are typing the next one. Yeah, the first question is the same as to Dana. Could you tell us a bit on your current conditions as an artist and as a Ukrainian citizen?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. I'm not able to connect the video. I don't know how to fix this problem, but as you can hear me well, I hope it will be enough because these technical issues somehow not depend on me. Yeah, I mean, everything changed since this war started. Often I hear the questions, how I can respond as an artist to this war, and I don't really have an answer because you are thinking about much more practical stuff as a creation of some artistic reflection on what is going on. You're thinking about your own life, about safety of your friends and your family, and yeah, what I did, I was just thinking how to move from Kiev to safer place. And finally, I moved to Lviv, where we both with
Alexei now at the moment. Yeah, and I think that another important aspect is that you start to think how art can be useful in this situation. And for this reason, I'm trying to react to different requests which are coming to show my previous films, and No is a perfect example of such a film. In order to bring some informational attention to this war and what is going on in Ukraine, but also to collect donations and financial support for people in Ukraine and different volunteer organizations helping people here.
Yeah, I see. Thank you very much. So the next question is from the audience. How does it feel to watch this work now and see some in the next context of escalation with the video game, for instance?
Yeah, generally it's you know, the reality of the city which is depicted in the film, the city of Kharkiv, is completely changed after February 24th, 2022, because what also the heroes of this film was drawing in their artistic imagination basically became a very direct reality. So what you see in the film, it's already happening. Yeah, we can only think about could it be worse or not, but it's a big shift which already happened. And I think people of Kharkiv never thought that the war arrived to the environment. So living close to the war, because Kharkiv is a neighboring region of Donbass, and living within the war, it's two completely different things and completely different feelings of reality.
Yeah, thank you very much. Probably I will ask something, and then it will be the last opportunity for audience to ask the very last questions to Mykola Ridney. So the next question is, in your film, there are widely used both evidence which were made by witnesses of war and by you and your closed ones. Can you tell us a bit about your view on your disposition as a filmmaker in No.
Yeah, thank you for this very precise question, because it touches the whole methodology of how this film is made, because it's made it is based on this disposition between these two realities which I was talking about before. The one is showing relatively peaceful city, nevertheless with some political problems, which is depicted also in the film, and cases of violence which experienced some heroes of the film. But anyhow, you see these people who are all representatives of art field or creative industries, which is a very typical occupation for the life of a big peaceful town or city. But anyhow, you see that the war, which is maybe somewhere far away or not exactly close to the heroes of the film, how the war is anyway influencing this life. And the idea to use this found footage, which is all the selection of the videos where people filmed the war from very close distance, being in real danger, and showing the explosions from their windows. So this idea came to underline this disposition that we have a deal with one country with ongoing war, but we have this situation of two distant realities. And what happened afterwards is that unfortunately it became one reality and one battlefield.
Yeah, thank you very much for this powerful statements. Dear audience, please feel free to ask anything.
Can you hear us all right, people?
Yeah, yeah, we do.
This is a question from the audience. I think we're going to type it as well, but this is for the host and the filmmaker. The question was, what can individuals in London do to help right now from your perspectives? Did you hear that? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you well. Well, what can I say? Just paying attention to an information about those initiatives which are in need and which are also helping other people in need with different purposes. I mean, starting from help to displaced people or refugees with food or accommodation, to support of Ukrainian military, which is, I think, also very important. And if you like, after this discussion, I can also share with you a list of such volunteer organizations, because I believe that maybe it's difficult to find the right information online. And also, as we are both with Alexei inside of this context, we also both know about those who really need some financial support, because there are different types of organizations and initiatives, and I think some of them will find institutional support from different organizations from the West anyway, but there are many smaller ones which are independent and needs to be supported more from my perspective.
Yeah, I also think so. And please do not donate anything to Red Cross in any case, because Red Cross is totally corrupted by Russian Federation. Yeah. Now we are going to have a conversation. Sorry. Mykola, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much for answering all these questions.
Yeah, thank you too. Thank you too. Thank you for this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, so by now we are going to have a conversation with Free Filmers, which is a self-organized collective of filmmakers, mostly from Mariupol, but not only. Free Filmers remains keeping a critical framework of their own activities. The group uses its own network to protect the environment and experiment with disobjectifying the protagonists of documentaries, involving them in Q&As at screenings, and also in making decisions about film production.
And Yulia.
Yeah, today Free Filmers organizes transportation of refugees and humanitarian goods from Ukraine. Humanitarian goods through Ukraine. Yeah, so Yulia Serdyukova and Sashko Protyag are available today. Thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, so the first question is, how are you holding up?
Sashko? Hello, Alexei. First of all, thank you for inviting us. Okay, I will start. I thank you for this question. I'm in Kyiv at the moment, and I'm as good as anyone can be in such situation. I'm just very tired. I think I have never been so tired in my life, but otherwise I'm well. Sashko.
Yeah, thanks for having us. First, I would like to say that we are only 2 or 3 filmers, but there are many other members who can't join our conversation or who don't speak English, enough to join this conversation. So, I mean, we will try to talk on behalf of Free Filmers, but definitely other members, they might have different opinions and, of course, different experiences. Well, I am based in Zaporizhia now. It was my decision to be as close as possible to my native city of Mariupol. Zaporizhia is relatively safe, and this is the place where I can do the work that I believe is necessary to do now. Well, and just, I guess, like, it's enough, because for me, work is the best solution. I mean, while I'm working, I just can't hold up. Okay, this is just the best way for me to put up with the situation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Could you tell us, please, about current activities of Free Filmers? What are you doing, like, these days?
Well, okay, we can do it this way. I'll just talk about Busix. Yeah, and Yulia, you can tell us about our second, like, let's say, like, it's, I don't think it can be called a project. Yeah, basically, I mean, now we are raising funds in solidarity screenings, and we already held 12 screenings in 7 countries, and we are planning to hold many more. And and of course, we are also supported by our partners. So the funds that we've been working with for years, and we just use these funds for two very important goals. And the first goal is just to facilitate transportation of humanitarian aid from the western border of Ukraine to the communities in the east. And this is like how we, as a collective of filmmakers, have become some sort of small-scale logistical company. So for now, we have two vehicles, like two busiks, as we call them, microbuses, and they just bring humanitarian aid from our friends in Slovakia, mostly, to Zaporizhia and other destinations. And then on their way back, they're normally picking up some IDPs, people who just want to relocate to safer places. Yes, but there is another very important goal of our current activities. And Yulia, please.
Sashko, I don't think I know what do you mean by the second goal of second project. Just give me a hint, please.
Well, okay, of course. The second goal, is just that we use these funds to support communities of underground artists and activists.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is like
we didn't think about it as a structured activity, so that's why there's some confusion. But yes, immediately when the war has started, like after the initial shock, our first instinct was to try to help those ones who we can reach. Our free filmers community, which we consider not only as filmmakers and artists which are part of the Free Filmers Collective, but also our protagonists of our films, artists with whom we collaborated, everyone with whom Filma Film Festival collaborated, one of the Free Filmers project, and Free Filmers is a really diverse gang of people, and every single of us have their own projects, and we consider like every person, every one of us can reach are free filmers at the moment. And we are trying to use the funds which we collect with help of the solidarity screenings and also with help of just our international friends to provide them with the support they need. It can be like really anything, because all individual needs can be very diverse. And I also wanted to add that now we've been telling about structured activities, but also all of us are in different cities, in different towns, in different countries even at the moment. And a lot of us do some kind of individual activities, which I also think is very important, like just responding to initial requests to help. I don't know, for example, to go to to find some medicine in another city and organize delivery from Lviv to Kyiv, or from Lviv to Zaporizhia, or I don't know, to go to buy some food and bring it to other person, to help some friends find flats in the places they move. And I think that everyone is talking about this organized volunteering jobs, and it is also very important to understand that every single person I know, not only free filmers, they're like doing these small gestures of supporting the closest people, like anyone they can in the vicinity. And I have a feeling that this is how we hold on, like the whole country, just reaching through these small connections between each other.
Yeah, thank you very much. So just to clarify, am I true if I say that you use that you somehow use the same infrastructure as for making film in order to volunteer and to help other people?
Well, just our experience as filmmakers, because we have always tried to use a different and more ethical approach. That's why when we produced our films, documentaries, or like maybe experimental, it was we've always tried to make them not as part of film industry, but as some kind of like practice that could benefit not only us, but also our protagonists, people who we worked with. So that's why when we realized that we would like to, that we could function as a humanitarian organization in these circumstances, we realized that all those people who we've been working with, we know them very well, like they're like some kind of part of our families. I mean, like if we think about our films as about some collective experiences, so then probably in those films, many of our protagonists and us, that we could find something like very special, some kind of very important connections. And yes, and then like we realized that we have created such micro communities based on our filmmaking with a lot of people, that our list turned out to be pretty long, with different people from football players from the female football team in Mariupol to the artists who closely cooperated with us while we were working on some film projects. So like this list is pretty long, and why we decided to focus on these communities, because we knew their needs very well, we knew their narratives very well, and we didn't want to kind of exploit their narratives. We just wanted to be as helpful as possible. Unfortunately, yes, now we're already in touch with most of our kind of wider circles of free filmers projects, but there are still some people who we can't help directly because they're still in the besieged cities, and we haven't heard from them for 3 to 4 weeks now. Yes, but this is like was the idea why we decided to think about these communities as addresses of like our current yes
of your current activities.
Yeah, and Alexei, you told that you asked if we use the same networks as which we used for making films to use it as support network at the moment. I can add from my perspective that I have many connections with the international documentary film industry, and the industry reacts in different ways, but I do have many international friends and colleagues among film festival managers, workers, producers, especially producers. And I have received like dozens of messages during the first days, and they all asked how we can help. And they are those who also are donating money to free filmers at the moment, or helping our friends who fled to Europe to find places to stay, or to find new opportunities for financial supports. And they go to demonstrations. So I also see the solidarity raising, but on a very personal moment, because on institutional moments, it works sometimes in an unexpected way. So I have received a lot of, for example, suggestions during the first days of the war, that if I could give one of the films which I produced earlier to some film screening program, Solidarity film screening program, where they suggested to screen both Russian and Ukrainian produced films, and with quite problematic programming. And it was very demotivating sometimes.
Yeah. I would also add that definitely much of the support that we've been receiving comes from grassroots initiatives and personal contacts. I mean, I would say that we have received very little institutional support. I mean, like if we talk about these kind of big names in film industry, whatever. So I mean, like definitely, I mean, we can rely on our like on grassroots initiatives and like the networking that they can produce, like not the institution themselves, because like basically the messages that we have received from institutions, they were, you know, at least ambiguous, and it was like very difficult to, you know, continue working with them in this respect. Well, it doesn't probably, like, it doesn't rule out that institutions do provide some support for the Ukrainian professionals as well. But I guess that we're working with communities and their problems on a different level. And this is something that we should value. And in this, like, and of course, I can say that two countries, Slovakia and the Netherlands, and the communities in these countries, they're just the like they're the most supportive ones. And we have like we did have quite a lot of kind of we did have quite a lot of friendly initiatives there before, and now this network has become much wider.
Okay, thank you very much for this for such an explicit answer. So maybe the audience want to ask something.
I think, can you hear me okay?
I think.
Check. No?
Not really. Like we can hear you, but mostly like quite a noisy sound.
Is that better now?
Maybe a bit better.
A bit better.
Can you recommend some of the free filmers' work that everyone should watch?
Yeah, I think it's a complicated question for us, because since we're people who produced, directed some of these films, I mean, surely personally we have our favorites, but I couldn't pick any of our films to put it on a spotlight publicly, because every single film is important and dear to me. So I cannot answer this question.
Well, and of course, I mean, we are not part of film industry. Like most of our works are available on our official YouTube channel and on our personal Vimos. And basically, of course, I mean, we are not just keeping them, you know, a secret just in order to gain some extra points on some big festivals. All of them are available. And now, of course, we are open to any ideas to organize screenings. And so, like, I mean, so that's why like it shouldn't be a problem to.
Yeah, and I also have to add that we are going to highlight some of screenings of each participant of this video program in the Facebook event of like Decolonizing Russia's war on Ukraine. Yeah, and free filmers as well. Yeah, any other questions?
I don't think we have any questions, but I think we should leave it there for today because it's a bit late.
Yeah, I see. So, thank you very much, Sashko and Yulia, and also Mikola and Dana. And as far as we already do not have any kind of intelligent, yes, we do, of course we do, but it is not only that kind of intelligent discussion. So I would like to say that you are the bravest people, and you are really beautiful, and I miss you a lot and hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Should I leave the chat?
No, we can just wrap it.
Guys, are you like rapping? Sorry. Okay.